What's going on, Landy boy?
I'm sweating my balls off. What's up with you, Tommy boy?
Dude, I'm sweating my balls off too. Dude, okay, hold on, we'll finish the intro. Welcome to episode 50. This might be a 5-hour special. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How to shake it up? How to shake up the intro?
Yeah, I'm also sweating my balls off. I just had the air running in here for like 30 minutes, right? Normally, the way I turn the air off is by moving the temperature up. It's got this little slider thing, right? I usually got it set around 75. I slide it up to 90, which is the very top. My air just kicked on. I slide it up towards 90, which is the very top option, right? And usually, it's not 90 degrees in here, so it turns off. I slid it all the way up to 90, and it didn't stop. Which was, when you were telling me that story earlier and I was standing over there, that's because the air wouldn't turn off. And I guess eventually it hit 90 degrees in here, but it got up to, I'd say probably 100 just now, and my air kicked back on, so you guys are just going to have to deal with a little bit of wind noise, because there's absolutely nothing I can do about that without literally turning my air off and cooking myself in here.
The current room temperature in this recreational vehicle, Tommy boy, is 98 degrees. That's one down from what it was when I came out here.
Yeah.
Mind you, I've been out here for probably half an hour at this point.
Yeah.
Trying to get some pre-episode stuff done. 98 degrees. I keep changing the set temperature down. It just changes itself. I'm sitting right below a fan, Tommy boy. Look at this.
Yeah.
This is unbearable conditions. Children in sweatshops in Thailand have better working conditions.
Oh, okay, I wouldn't go that far.
Shout out Thailand, shout out boat.
Yeah.
First shout out of the 50 episode special.
Man, yeah. I can't believe we made it this far either. Like, I used to say with every episode, I'm like, man, such a milestone. Can't believe we made it 14 episodes. Now we're 50 in, dude. It's crazy.
I mean,
over 150 hours of content.
I was about to say, we're probably looking at like 160, 165 hours worth of content all said.
Probably
after this episode goes up.
Probably 160, yeah.
I mean, that 1 5-hour special that we didn't even realize we were going for 5 hours really kind of boosted us up.
Yeah.
And all the time we went for like 3.5 hours or 3 hours and 15 minutes really helped us as well. But thank you to all 5 adoring viewers who aren't just me and Tommy on our burner accounts.
Dude, okay, I only watch this on my main account, but I have started watching every episode, and honestly, I kind of find them to be pretty enjoyable,
I thought about going back and making like a greatest hits moment. I'll probably save that for episode 100.
Okay.
I didn't feel like watching through 150 hours of content.
Yeah.
Just to find like maybe 15 minutes worth of good content or moments, and edit that all together, then upload an unlisted YouTube video for us to only watch once on stream and then never touch again,
Well, no, we can put it on the Moments channel.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, speaking of the episode 50 special, I prepared not 1, but 2 Unqualified Jeopardy for tonight. How many have you made all said, Tommy
3.
Ooh, are we gonna put those all back to back to back to back, or are we just gonna?
I figured. Sorry. Yeah, I figured we kind of stagger them throughout the episode.
That's what we typically do.
Because doing, that'd be 5 Jeopardies in a row is a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 150 plus 100. That's 250 questions.
Yeah.
I think if I've done my math right.
Yeah, it's 50 apiece.
Yeah, they're 50. Yeah, there's 50 each. So 50 times 500. Hold on, I can do this math. 250 questions.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember where I put something that I want to show off. I think it's over here.
I never thought we'd make it to 50. I know we're trying to do like just we're rambling on right now, but genuinely, we started this back in December.
Yeah.
If you would have told me like 7 months from now, you'll be on episode 50, and you'll likely have a couple people watching it for some reason.
About 44?
I wouldn't believe you. I wouldn't believe. I mean, 44 subscribers, we average like 8 views an episode. So
no.
I think math. I'm no mathematologist, but
we genuinely average. It shows us our average on what was the thing called? Not statistics, analytics. Yeah, on the YouTube analytics, we average between 11 to 18 per episode, which is pretty good, considering we're really not doing anything. I mean, our last one, it was sitting at like 9 views, and then I uploaded a couple of shorts, and it jumped up to 18 in like a day. And somebody watched the entire 3 hours.
Ooh.
Yeah.
How do you know they watched the entire 3 hours? Does it tell you?
So, I was looking at the watch time, right? And it was like 1 hour, and then it went up to like 2.5 hours, and then it went up to like 6 hours, and then it went up to like 9 hours, and it's like, okay, a couple people watched the entire video. So, shout out those people, I guess. Anti-shout out to fungal gnats. Alright, are you familiar with what a fungal gnat is?
No.
Okay, you probably hear them referred to as fruit flies because most people don't know the difference.
I've just heard of gnats. I've never heard of fungal gnats. I just know gnats.
Okay, well, gnat is sort of a catch-all term for that kind of bug. Basically,
yeah,
those little, black flying things. Up north, like in Illinois where I used to live, we mostly have fruit flies, which are different. They're, like, you can actually see the wings on them, and they're, like, kind of big versus, like, the fungal gnats that we got down here are just those little black dots that fly around the sky. I don't know why. I cannot figure out where they're coming from. They're in here, they're in my house, they're outside, they are everywhere. There's too many of them, I cannot control them. They're annoying the fuck out of me. So if you see me just randomly swatting through the air or slapping things around me, it's because there is fungal gnats just, like, invading the area where I live, and I cannot get rid of them.
I spent, not the 4th of July, but the 5th of July, Saturday, right? I spent this past Saturday, 5th of July, in Kentucky, with some family on my mom's side, for our, annual get-together.
Mm-hmm.
And, typically, like, me and the other, other children, I mean, most of us aren't children.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay, let me paraphrase. So it's me, my sister's boyfriend, and then a couple of my family members who, they're, I think, 9 and 7, or 10 and 7 anyway. These two little boys on my side of the family.
Okay.
So, because my cousin who I typically play football with wasn't there, so I was out playing football with them. And we were playing wiffle ball too. Are you familiar with wiffle ball, Tommy Boy?
Of course I am.
Super fun. So I was playing outfield, because there wasn't like 4 of us playing, so I was out catching wiffle balls and stuff that were being hit by these two little kids in the family. And I was just standing in the outfield, and the amount of gnats that were surrounding me, after just like 5 minutes of me being out there, made me really consider just like quitting. So I was doing it for the kids, do it for the kids, make sure they have fun. So it sucked having gnats. And then
yeah.
Later on, like when I was just sitting eating my food outside, and gnats are absolutely god awful in the South for some reason, especially in eastern Kentucky around that time of year. Around this time of year, I should say. And just gnat after gnat after gnat. I was like swatting away trying to eat my chicken tenders and pizza, and they wouldn't leave me alone.
Yeah, that's exactly how I'm feeling right now.
You ever heard that old joke that goes like, "Oh man, when Noah was building the ark, I wish he swatted those 2 mosquitoes." That's how I feel about gnats, aka fruit flies.
Yeah.
I wish Noah would have swatted those 2 gnats.
Like there was literally one flying right there.
What good do gnats provide to this world?
I can tell you that. Well, for one, fungal gnats specifically tend to hang out around, believe it or not, fungus a lot, so they help to spread the spores. Also, they are probably the most bountiful source of food for spiders.
Not like house flies or anything?
No, because fruit flies reproduce a lot more quickly and in a lot larger numbers, so there tends to be a lot more of them compared to house flies, and yeah, so. But, yeah, they suck. Anyways, I got something cool to show off. A couple things, actually. A lot of things, but I'll kind of do them throughout the episode. I've noticed one of the things I do a lot is I'll be like, hey, I got some cool shit to show off, and then I show off 5 things in 2 minutes, and then, you know. So I'm gonna draw this out. Also, I got some chicken nuggets behind me I'm gonna eat. I got what you claim is the creme de creme, the coup de grace of wrestling games.
2K14.
Yes, sir.
The GOAT. The undisputed greatest professional wrestling video game to ever hit the market.
Yeah, I put in, honestly, 3 or 4 hours into it already. And, alright, look, I think 2K25 is better, as far as gameplay goes. Alright, I think the controls are better.
Obviously, a game from 20...
Yeah.
Obviously, a game from 2025 is going to be better than a game from 2013.
You know, I mean, I got my preferences. I think there's some old games that hold up better than new games, but
on a console generation that's 2 consoles back, because you got to think that game was made for the PS3 and Xbox 360.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's a lot of games from the 360 era that I think are better than their modern counterparts nowadays. Like, take Call of Duty for instance. I think the OG CODs, or the Modern Warfare and Black Ops series anyway, are way better than whatever bullshit they're putting out nowadays. But
that might be nostalgia talking, Tommy Boy.
No, it's genuinely not. Alright, like, I still play Black Ops 2 at least, like, once a week, and it's still my favorite game. It still feels incredible to play. I played modern, I played, like, Black Ops Cold War recently. It feels like shit. Like, I genuinely hate the way that game plays. Anyways, beyond that, like, I think, just the amount of stuff they have in this game, though, is incredible. Insane. Like, I've been playing the Undertaker modes, the beat the streak, the defend the streak.
Defend the streak.
Defend the streak is my favorite, I gotta say. I was
more of
the
a
30
streak kind of guy whenever I played.
Yeah, it is fun, but I think I figured out, if you get within, like, a certain distance of an enemy, and then you just spam X, or, well, I guess square if you're on PlayStation, Undertaker will just do these light little boot kicks to the guy that keep throwing him up in the air, so you can just sit there and just ba until you get your special, hit him with the tombstone, and pin him. Like, it's so easy to cheese it. That is, I think cheesing a game and doing something you're not supposed to do is so much fun. So I thought that was great. And then the 30 years of WrestleMania moment, or not moment, the I don't know what you want to call that.
30 years of WrestleMania.
Yeah, that whole section of the game is so much fun. I did quite a few of those.
Yeah, in 2K24 they attempted to recreate it for 40 years of WrestleMania, but instead of doing the logical thing like they did for 30 years of WrestleMania and including a match from every single WrestleMania 1 through 29 leading up to 2014 when it happened, they only had like a few matches, like, from years scattered apart. So, like, you know, you'd have a few matches from, like, one really important year, skip, like, 5 or 6 years in the future, have one match, skip another 10 years in the future. It was so stupid the way they did it. So, 40 years of WrestleMania on a new PlayStation 5 console, the Generation 7 console, they had, like, 15 matches. 2K14, which was made for the Xbox 360 generation, had all 29 years accounted for. Anti-shout-out 2K for going the minimalistic route.
Yeah. Well, actually, this game...
Shout-out 2K for making 2K14.
This game, I did a little bit of research. I also looked at the back of the box. This one was not just made by 2K. It was actually basically just supervised by 2K. If you look, you'll see Ukes right there. No, not THQ, Ukes.
You worked with 2K for years and years.
Oh, yeah.
THQ actually had the license before. THQ is who made, like, WWE 12, WWE 13 before 2K got the license. And that game was actually fully built by THQ. 2K bought the license, slapped their name on it, and then they took over development for 2K15. What's crazy is THQ had such a huge reputation for making great wrestling games, and 2K took the license. 2K14 was seen as highly praised because THQ made it. And they put out 2K15 the next year, and it was an absolute, like, slop. It was just like a giant pile of slop. 2K15 sucked. I still love it because it was the first wrestling game I ever played, and I have very fond memories of it, and the soundtrack was great, but the gameplay in 2K15 sucked.
Yeah.
2K14, though, it's a special place in my heart.
Yeah, so I guess Yeah, THQ did most of the development, but it was finished off by Ukes and basically just published by 2K, where the newer ones are just made by 2K, because they're actually like a bigger studio now.
Now, can you show me the cover one more time? I think I saw something related to that. I see you're using the alternate cover.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any reason you're using Daniel Bryan instead of the Rock cover, which was the official version, other than just you look like Daniel Bryan?
That's exactly it. Also because I have Daniel Bryan right here.
Bryan Danielson, technically in that figure, but yeah.
Yeah.
You know that cover was actually designed by a fan. It was included as the alternate edition.
Yeah, it's got his @ on the bottom, MVP Mike.
Shout out to MVP Mike wherever you are today. I hope you're doing great.
Which, like, can I just say, I mean, you can't pick up on the details with the camera that well, but like, the details on Bryan Daniels' photo compared to The Rock is way better.
Now, I did want to ask your opinion. This is something we used to have in wrestling games up until, I want to say 2K16 or 2K17. What was your opinion of the grid selection for wrestlers? Instead of scrolling through menu after menu, like list after list after list, you can just have like all their faces right there to pick.
Well, okay.
We used to have it so good.
Well, okay, here's the thing. The roster in this game is a lot smaller than 2K25. So doing the grid is a way bigger grid with way smaller icons than it would be in this game. So while I do prefer this, I completely understand why they went to the list, although I do think the grid is the better option. And I do want to bring up something you were bringing up. You said that after this they dropped 2K15, which was a total shit show, just terrible game, right?
For next-gen consoles, which were at the time PS4 and Xbox One, it sucked.
Yeah.
Now, the generation I played on, the Xbox 360 and PS4 generation I had on Xbox 360 personally, it sucked. I mean, it didn't suck. It sucked less, I'll say. It sucked slightly less. It was better on last gen, which is, Xbox 360, PS3 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
PS4 and Xbox One got the short end of the stick, and it sucked for them.
Yeah, anyways, I just want to say, they gave away 2K16 on Games of Gold, and I have that on my Series S. I had it downloaded. And I went back and I played it, right, because before I got 2K14, because I was like, I just want to see what this was like, because I remember trying to play it when it came out on Games of Gold, and I thought it totally sucked ass, because I think all sports games suck ass. They generally do. And, at the time, I thought it sucked ass. I played it again. Yeah, it sucks ass. Like the roster's cool. Yeah. The game is awful. I mean, first of all, hold on. First of all, there's like 5 match types. Like, that's it. All right, the roster.
Oh, there's more.
Well, there's like modifiers to it. You can do like a couple more, but like you get like 5 options to pick from in the just the play menu. All right, the story, I didn't even get into the story, but I can't really speak to that, I guess. The character creation was not that good. What was the other thing? The roster. The roster had like 40 people on it. It was pretty small, and like a few of them are repeats. Like, they'd have like multiple versions of the same character on there, which like they do with the modern games too. But like, I don't know, it's still just a bigger selection than that game had, and yeah, I did not like 2K16 at all. Plus, all right, the countering or the reversals, right? You press RT for them, which okay. Okay, is that with the DLC though? Oh no, it does not account for DLC. Okay. Well, keep in mind I didn't unlock anyone, so this is just what I had from the start. But
that looks like a lot more than 4 to me. The girl DLC. Looks like a 4. To me, Tommy boy. Looks like a lot more than 40, honestly. Man, this is a throwback.
Okay, I swear I did not have this many options. Like, most of the...
I met this guy, by the way. Shout out.
Nice. Okay, I would bet that most of these characters you have to unlock or buy in some capacity, which is why I didn't have them. So the roster I got to play with when I was just Just opening the game, hitting play. It was pretty fucking small. I was pretty disappointed with that. And, yeah, I just...
Here's a cursed image right here.
Yeah. And, yeah, just the, for some reason, the reversals, right? You gotta press right trigger, which, like, alright, cool, I don't mind that. Like, playing 2K14. I got the reversals down, like, instantly. I was better at the reversals on there than I am on 2K25. But on 2K16, it's like, the right trigger command literally just, like, flashes for, like, 2 frames. And, like, I could not get a single reversal in, like, an hour of playing. It just would not register at the right time, no matter what. So 2K16, to me, is the worst game that has ever existed. And I will not ever live that statement down unless perhaps I play an even worse WWE game. Or, actually...
K15.
Well, I was going to say, I played, like, Madden, like... Oh, fuck, I don't even know. It's something from the 2000s. It was on the PS2. That's how old it was. That game is terrible. I don't even know how to play that game. I can't get my character to move. I can't throw the ball. I don't know how to play that game. I cannot figure it out. It must be. That might be the worst game of all time. 2K16 second worst.
It takes more than just 1 or 2 games to be able to get good at a football video game. It took me a couple years to be able to get good. I do want to say 2K20 at release is probably a bottom 3 game. It doesn't matter what genre, bottom 3 game ever made. They patched it over the year it was out. Let me tell you something. 2K20 was so bad that they skipped a year in the main 2K franchise, but had some cartoony arcade slop in the following year, and then they returned to 2K22 a couple years later. 2K20 was so bad, Tommy Boy.
Mm-hmm.
They had to skip a main entry in the next year.
Yeah.
2K20, you were in the trenches, Tommy Boy. 2K17 and 2K20, 2K Battlegrounds the next year was awful time for wrestling gaming. We were spoiled with 2K14. 2K15 sucked. 2K16 was kind of good. I like 2K16 because of the roster at the time. It's like it was my peak wrestling fandom. 2K16 around the time. But yeah, 2K15 was awful. Now, I did have a question for 2K14. Did you get to try out Create a Story, the greatest wrestling game mode ever made?
I did.
Which has sadly been taken away from us and never returned. It's never returned since 2K14. What did you think of it?
It was incredible. I made a whole month of shows, and it was so much fun.
Did you know you can have, like, I forget exactly how it works, but if I remember correctly, you can have, like, branching storylines. So we're like, you can have, like, a match. Or, like, if one person wins the match, it goes off in this direction, this happened. And you can have an alternate timeline where if the opponent wins, it branches off into, like, a different category and a different story. And this happens from now on. Like, you can have it, like, just keep branching off from each other. Did you try that?
Yeah, I tried a lot of things, and I forget what mode it is in 2K25 that's kind of similar to this.
There's nothing similar at all. My GM is nowhere
that
near
was it.
My GM sucks.
Yeah,
My
okay.
GM sucks.
I was gonna say,
Create a Story.
I was gonna say, Create a Story and my GM are pretty similar in the way
No, they're not. Absolutely not.
Just let me get my point. They're fairly similar in terms of just like the basics of it. You know, you're just creating a certain type of story with a certain amount of people. You can have someone cut a promo or do, you know, whatever thing. You got your run-ins, your whatever. The one thing that completely separates Create a Story is the sheer amount of stipulations you can add to every bit of everything you're ever making in there. You can add so many variables. You know, when you're doing my GM, it's like, alright, we're setting up this match, we're going to have these 2 people, this might happen, we'll have this person say this, also, there might be this bonus thing. And then you ship that out, you let the match happen, whatever. This one, like you said, you can have it to where if this person does this, this happens. If this person does that, that happens. If this happens, they go to this. If this happens, they go to this store. If that happens, they go to that store. There's so much more you can customize in there.
I mean, just the amount of cutscenes too, and you can put like any 2 or more people in any cutscene. It doesn't matter their gender or their role. So if you want to have like, let me think of an example. If you want to have AJ Lee hanging it down with like Jimmy Uso, you can do that. It's not locked. If you want to have like, I think who was in 2K14, if you want to have the Undertaker eating dinner with literally anybody, like with Ted DiBiase, you can do that.
Yeah.
Like I forgot. I don't know if you can do the romantic ones with the same gender. I think you can.
I know you can with women. I don't know about men. I didn't try that.
Yeah.
But
You did try it with women though.
But now that you
So
got
if you
me
wanna
thinking
have,
about
like-
it, I may make Triple H and The Undertaker do a little smoochy smooch.
Man, but like, what sucks about it is like the servers are down now, so obviously you can't access any community creation stories anymore,
Mm-hmm.
and you can't post anymore. So you're only making it for yourself at this point. But
Yeah.
I put in so many hours as like a little 12-year-old wrestling fan in that story creator mode because I loved it so much. It's just, I feel like if I had it now, I could do so much more with it. Now that I know how wrestling actually works, I'm a better writer now than I was 8 to 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Shout out Creative Story, Anti-Shatter 2K for absolutely taking the heart and soul out of the franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of giving us a Creative Story, they gave us The Island, which, by the way,
Sucks.
downloading 2K25, I have still never once touched The Island. I've not entered it once. I still don't know what it's like all about. I just know it's full of microtransaction bullcrap, which ruins games, and I've not opened The Island once.
Yeah. I've actually
How bad it
I've been
sucks
playing it
wanting
a
to
little
create
bit.
a superstar and seeing half the stuff is locked by the island, buy on the island, buy on the island, buy on the island.
Yeah.
I'm never touching it. I'm never touching it. Screw you, 2K. Screw you and your corporate greed.
Those clothing options hidden in the My Island are the only reason I play it. Because I'll be customizing a character and I'll be like, damn it, I need that vest. And then I go grind the island for an hour, get enough tokens to buy the vest, and then I just, that's it.
Or like the Jordan. If you want anybody to be wearing Jordan, you gotta go to the
Oh,
island.
yeah.
Screw that. You know how much stuff, like in NBA 2K, for example, you can create custom players and play with them in any game mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can create your own custom players. Like, you can put any sort of gear on them you want. Shoes, any kind of, like, headband, armband, wristband, any kind of hair design, basically, you can think of.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many things are locked behind a paywall in the create a player, like, just the basic create a player in 2K, NBA 2K? Nothing. Zero. Nothing is blocked. You can pick any shoe you want, unless you're in, like, the my career mode, you have to buy them. But if you're just, like, building a player to, like, add to a custom, like, play now game, if you want to put a pair of, like, Jordan 12s on them, or a pair of Jordan 1s, or a pair of, like, Kobe's, you can do that. You don't have to buy them. Screw you, WWE 2K.
And
But shout out to them for making 2K14, and 2K19 is the second greatest wrestling game ever made.
yeah, and I just want to say, again with the island, it feels like the matches they make you do there are significantly harder than, like, the hardest matches you can normally do, because they just want you to buy the credits instead of playing the island.
And that's how 2K makes their money.
Yeah.
I'm convinced 2K could put out a free game for every franchise every year, especially NBA, and they'd still turn a profit based on microtransactions. I mean,
Probably.
they could make the game absolutely free year-round, and they'd still make money off microtransactions.
Mm-hmm. While we're on the topic,
NBA 2K is awful for this.
while we're on the topic of shitty video games, AEW Fight Forever.
Oh,
Okay, here's the thing.
don't remind me.
Here's the thing. I was reading on the WWE Games subreddit. Alright? And basically everyone there agrees AEW Fight Forever sucks. But one thing that everyone there was pointing out that I didn't know was apparently there's a lot of features in that game that maybe were in WWE games at some point, but they took them out like years previous, and then they didn't add those in until AEW came out, had all those extra features, and then WWE put them back in. So it apparently did some good for the WWE games.
The biggest thing I hate about AEW Fight Forever, other than the gameplay and the graphics and all that stuff, is the fact that it's an arcade game. Like,
Yeah.
when are wrestling developers going to realize fans do not want an arcade wrestling game? They want a simulation. They want to play like what they're seeing on TV or on pay-per-view week after week after week. We don't want an arcade like, oh my god, this 100-pound woman, this 110-pound woman just body slammed a 500-pound giant. No! We want realistic wrestling games, please. Get rid of the arcadey stuff. We just want to have a match like what we see on TV. My biggest complaint, I've been playing wrestling games now for 10 years, right? For 10 years, genuinely.
Yeah.
For half my life, I've been playing wrestling games. And year after year after year, it's had like more arcadey than stimulation. Like, it's never actually played like what you see on TV. It's never like a constant, like, fast-paced match like what we see on TV. It's always just like take turns doing moves, and I hate that.
Yeah. Plus, I don't like
Like,
that.
a lot of it considers just like walking around, which is not what happens in a real match.
And I don't like that if you make your character 100 overall, they're just the best. Like, there's no beating them. You know? It's like,
It's sort of
even the
point of
best
having a high overall.
okay, yeah, but like, even in real life, the best wrestlers get beat occasionally.
Oh, you were not there in the trenches for 2020 through 2023 Roman Reigns or 2024 Roman Reigns. He showed up like 4 or 5 times a year. I mean, every single time. He should have lost. He came close to losing, but he won every single match because his family, which is like 47 people or 4,000 people more likely, all in WWE. I mean, how many cousins this guy have? Side tangent.
Like
Back to
50?
the main tangent.
At least?
His, 8,000 cousins would interfere in every single match, and he would win every single match. He held the title for over 3 years, homie boy. You weren't in the trenches for that. You weren't in the trenches in 2017 whenever Goldberg returned.
Oh,
And went on a
God.
big old long tear. Anti-shout at Goldberg.
Yeah.
And you weren't in the trench. Yeah, it's a little side tangent to my side tangent. You weren't in the trenches at all for 2017 through 2019, when WWE absolutely sucked, and you weren't there in the trenches for COVID era, which sucked even more. 2017 is the worst year in wrestling history. You didn't have to go through that. Thank God every day, Tommy Boy, you didn't have to go through that.
Isn't 2017 the year at WrestleMania where Kofi Kingston, maybe it wasn't WrestleMania, it might have been, but Kofi Kingston, well, okay, actually, I think Big Show broke a ladder, and the ladder was like laying in 2 pieces, and then Kofi climbed up the 2 pieces and started using them like stilts. Wasn't that in 2017?
No, that was way before 2017. That was probably 2010 to 2011.
Really?
I know it was before I became a fan.
I thought it was more
I
recent.
know it was before I became a fan. No, if it was in Money in the Bank, it must have been 2009 to 2011 range, I think. I think it was a Money in the Bank match. It might have been at WrestleMania, because Money in the Bank used to be a WrestleMania match. Until they gave it its own pay-per-view in 2010, I think? I could be wrong.
Okay.
I need to be a wrestling historian, man. The amount of, like, space in my brain that's taken up by useless wrestling knowledge is insane.
I got a perfect transition here. Speaking of historians, I found some history today.
Ooh.
I got 3 sheets of paper. Do you want to guess what's on them?
Break sheets or schedules.
Well, yeah, break sheets technically. Do you want to guess what each of these 3 pieces of paper is?
The first day, okay, I'm gonna say the first day we worked together, your first day overall, and the last day we worked together.
No, it is. Let me make sure I got these right. Hold on. Oh, I got them backwards. All right.
I have at least one of those right.
Yeah. All right. We got the first day that we ever worked together. I got the first day me and Sean worked together, and then I got the first day all 3 of us worked together.
They let you take those, or did you just steal them?
Who knows?
So you did a little
They were legally acquired.
Paul Clark. You did a little Paul Clark 5-finger discount, right?
Sure.
That's a reference. That's a reference to episode 3 of our hopeful future show.
Yeah. You know, I know we haven't finished episode 4, but I low-key start writing episode 5 today. I didn't get very far into it, but
By the way,
it was totally dead at work, and I was just like, how would episode 5 start? And I started thinking about it, and then I wrote down, like, maybe 4 sentences of how I want to start that episode, and that's it.
we don't even know how episode 4 ends yet.
Yeah, I thought about that, so I just figured I'd do, like, an episode 3 into 4 where a couple days pass, and it's a totally new day.
Alright. By the way, did you see what the new scene that I wrote into episode 4?
No, I haven't seen anything past them getting to Achilles.
Okay, we'll discuss that after the show. I'll set a reminder on my phone, and we'll look in. I mean, I know we have like a 5-hour episode coming up, but screw it, you know. What's a couple more hours after that?
Yeah, I mean, we can, you know, like, if we run out of content, we can always cut it at like 4.5, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my house key. I'm not showing it in case I ever dox myself and somebody wants to create a copy of it using
they can do that now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, you know, I've got my house key with me, so like if I need to get in the house and my family
if anyone
out,
wants to steal my car, give me a new one, please.
Okay, but yeah, let me hold on.
Drop a GS400 off in its place.
Set a reminder for 4 hours from now. Do you want to be reminded? Look at episode 4 with good old Tommy Boy. That's how Siri picked up what I said. Look at episode 4 with good old GOODALL Tommy Boy. That's how she picked it up. Instead of good old Tommy Boy, she said good old Tommy Boy.
Okay.
Now, I know you made 3 Jeopardies. I know I only made 2.
Yeah.
So who's hosting the first Unqualified Jeopardy? You want to? Yeah, I figure like you'll do one, I'll do one, you do one, I do one, you do one.
Yeah, that'll work.
I tried to make a third one, but I just ran out of stuff to have categories for. Typically, it takes me like a day or 2 to make a full one.
I just made all 3 at the same time.
Oh boy, I'm scared for what kind of content you're gonna have in this one. I know yours are typically a little more over the edge than mine. That's a wrestling reference.
Over the edge? What?
Over the Edge used to be a wrestling pay-per-view.
No, I know. I'm just saying they're yeah. You're crazy.
Oh, we're
Alright, from the Alex Trebek stage, it's Sony Picture Studios. This is Jeopardy!
Jeopardy!
We got Landy Boy coming in here with your something day earnings totaling some amount of points. Today's
wherever, weighing, whatever.
Yeah, so today's topics, we've got Gunther or Ludwig. I'm going to ask you questions, you tell me which wrestler it's about. We got how many titles. I'm going to give you a wrestler. You have to tell me how many titles, belts, whatever they've held. Not counting like awards and whatnot, just, you know, like actual like in-ring stuff. And
in WWE
in total,
only,
yeah. So,
okay.
I think I got one on there. It's from multiple promotions, but most of these are just WWE guys.
Okay.
A returning category: How I Met Your Maternal Parental Figure. Wilfred.
I almost added that myself.
And Sonic the Hog of Hedges.
I've still not made it out of halfway through season 2 of Wilfred. I'm really behind.
Yeah, I made sure to only ask questions that you would know.
Okay, so we're gonna start with Wilfred for 200.
How does the series start?
Okay, I gotta rank my brain. It's been a couple months back. Okay, what's the dude's name?
Ryan.
Elijah Wood tries to kill himself, basically. Yeah, Ryan. So Elijah Wood basically tries to kill himself, and then he doesn't succeed, and then he sees hot new neighbor girl with the dog, and he sees the dog as a human, and then him and Wilfred become friends with heavy air quote.
Yeah, with Ryan attempting suicide.
I went a little bit in depth.
Yeah.
400 for Fred Will.
What disappears after Wilfred, quote-unquote, dies?
What disappears?
Yeah, this is at the end of season 1. Yeah.
It's tennis ball. I don't know. I forgot already.
No. The tennis ball is the one thing that doesn't disappear.
Oh, okay. What? Oh, the basement.
Yeah, the whole basement.
I forgot about that. It was just a closet the whole time. We'll come back to that. I don't know jack diddly squat about Sonic the Hedgehog, so we'll leave that for later so I don't get negative points.
They're pretty easy questions.
How I came into contact with your parent containing XX chromosomes for 400.
Scott Foley was offered which role?
What is Theodore Evelyn Mosby?
Yeah, or, just Ted.
Theodore Evelyn Mosby. How many titties for 200?
How many total belts and titles, I should say, has John Cena had?
Okay, so he has 17 world championships.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say he's a 3-time tag champ. So that's 20. I think he's a 3 or 4-time United States champion.
Why would I tell you?
I want to say he's a 3-time. What is 24?
50.
In WWE alone, he has 50.
Well, yeah, it's a lot.
What?
Okay, this also counts like 24/7 belts and like a few other
Honestly, he never won a 24/7 championship.
No, I know, but I'm saying like this total count includes like 24/7 belts and like random one-off belts they won and gimmicky stuff and whatever. It was 50 in total.
Okay, I'm looking at this right now. He's won 17 world championships. He's a 5-time United States champion. He's a 2-time tag team champion, a 2-time world tag team champion. That's, let me do the math there. That's 14, 17, 22, 24, 26. He's a 26-time champion in WWE.
I'm almost certain that you know what, you could be right, but all right.
Looking at the belts, right? Do the math yourself, Tommy Boy. 14 WWE championships.
I will try to find the website I got this statistic from.
That might be counting like Money in the Banks and Royal Rumbles and stuff. And
yeah, probably.
Slammy Awards.
No, I didn't count the awards. This might be giving away a lot of the questions I got for later. Alright.
Okay, do the math in your head. He has 17 world championships, 14 WWE, and 3 world heavyweight. He has 5 United States championships. He's a 4-time tag team champion. That's all the belts he's won.
I'm almost positive that ain't true though.
No, I'm almost positive you're wrong. Because looking at Wikipedia, he has.
Where the fuck?
Now you can't be counting OVW because OVW doesn't count.
Oh, you know what? I totally did count OVW. Yeah. If this will ever pull up, yeah.
With OVW, his total doesn't come up to 50. He only won 2 titles in OVW.
Hold on. All right. I'm on the website. I found these statistics on. Yeah. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, you know what? I totally did miscount that. Alright. Regardless, you got the number wrong, so it was 26 and you said 24.
I was still close.
You weren't right, though.
I was still closer than you. 50. Gunther or Ludwig for 200?
Hailing from Vienna, Austria.
The Ring General! Gunther!
Yep.
Walter or Marcel Barthel or 400?
Hailing from Pinneberg, Germany.
Oh, I wonder who this could be. Who is Ludwig Kaiser?
The one, the only.
We'll go Wilfred for 600 now.
What is Wilfred's bong made of?
A plastic bottle.
Specifically what kind?
A Gatorade bottle.
There you go.
How I Met Your Parental Figure that claims to be a female for 800. You gotta say claims to be in the Big Old 25.
Was there a studio audience?
There was not.
No, there wasn't. Oh, wait, shit, wrong
Why'd you
button.
subtract points?
Sorry.
Okay, how many championships for 400? Let's see how off you are this time.
Okay, I'm pretty sure the rest of these I got right because I used one website for John Cena and then I used a different website but the same website for the other 4. And I'm pretty sure this
And
one.
how did you double his championship total?
I don't know how I got there, honestly. How many total titles and belts has Ric Flair held?
Titles and belts?
Yeah. These are all titles and belts combined.
What is 61? 61.
42.
Oh. I'm gonna finish with negative points this round. Gunther or Ludwig for 1,000. Some points back.
Who started wrestling in Japan in 2006?
Who is Walter? A.K.A. Gunther.
Yeah, it sure is.
600 for parental figure.
Jim Parsons auditioned for which character?
Who is Barnabas Stinson?
Yep.
Love Barney. Wilfred for 8.
Is Wilfred real?
He exists as a dog, but only what's his name? Ryan and whoever Dwight Yoakam plays see him as a human.
Yeah, so we kind of have no idea.
Because like everybody else treats him as a dog, but only Ryan, and then later on that creepy stalker dude sees him as a human.
Yeah. So he
We'll
he exists in
Sonic
some
the Hedgehog
capacity,
for
but
2.
is he a dog? Is he a human? No one knows. Sonic the Hedgehog?
Right, for 200.
Okay. His preferred currency?
What are golden rings?
Yep.
Even I know that.
Told you, these ones are easy.
Gotta go fast for 400.
Okay. You gotta know a little bit of lore for this one. How fast can Sonic run?
Supersonic speed.
I'm
Sonic
gonna
in it.
give it to you. It's the speed of sound, which is not technically supersonic. It's a mile an hour below, I believe. But yeah.
Meow for 600.
What?
Don't you remember from the original Sonic commercial, not commercial, Sonic preview for the first movie? Whenever it came out, it had the really bad animation, and they had the one specific clip in there where it's Sonic.
Oh.
Again, with
Oh
the really
yeah.
bad animation. I was saying,
Okay. Yeah.
Meow.
Yeah. Okay. I remember that.
Meow for 600.
Who is his arch nemesis?
Jim Carrey. I'm just kidding. It's Eggman.
It is. Where to next?
Wilfred for 1,000. Go back.
Can
To that.
anyone else see Wilfred? You kind of already answered this.
Well, everybody can see him, but only Ryan and that one other creepy dude, at least that I've seen, can see him as a human.
Yeah. Although, actually,
No spoilers. No spoilers.
I'm trying to think if you got to this point yet, though. Did
I'm
Ryan?
on episode 5 or 6 of season 2.
Okay, no, you didn't. It was like episode 10. Or no.
Okay.
No, like probably 8 or 9.
Okay, we'll go back to how many
Wow,
titties
yeah.
for 600. Lose some points.
How many titles and belts has Randy Orton held?
Titles and belts is the same thing, but okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the title is just another word for a belt or a championship. They're all used interchangeably.
Okay.
Okay. So Randall Keith Orton.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a 15-time world champion, if I remember correctly.
You're not, but that's alright.
He's held a few tag titles. Huh?
Never mind. It's definitely not 14.
I'm pretty sure he's a 14-time world champion.
Yeah.
It's either 14 or 15.
It is in fact 14, unless he got 15 recently.
No, I remember him saying something. He wants to catch up to John Cena before he retires, but he doesn't think he will. I think he's 14-time world champion. Has he won? I think he's a 2-time United States champion. Seems like, because I know he won it in 2017 or 2018. I want to say he's a 2-time U.S. champion.
All right.
That gives me like 16. I'm gonna say even 20.
26. Yeah. You gotta think he's been around for a while. He's got a lot of titles.
Should I go back to the good old Wikipedia to fact check? Because I think I did my math correct.
I mean,
Randy Orton's like a top 3 favorite for me all time.
Okay, keep in mind this likely does include like OVW or what was the other one, like HFW or whatever things they went to. So it's not.
Okay, so I'm on his Wikipedia page. OVW only won 2 titles, and that was the Hardcore Championship in OVW twice.
Mm-hmm.
WWE. Hey, I want you to count the math in your head, Tommy Boy.
That's hard.
He's a 14-time world champion.
Mm-hmm. All right, 16.
14, obviously. 14.
Yeah, well, we're at 16 because you got the 2 from
One-time Intercontinental
OVW.
champion.
All right, 17.
No, okay. He's a 1-time United States champion.
All right, we're up to 18.
And he's a 4-time tag team champion.
It's 22.
Okay, now subtract the 2 from OVW, because OVW doesn't count.
Yeah, but I counted them.
But OVW doesn't count.
Okay, but I said it does.
And you're left with 20, Tommy Boy.
Okay, sure, but when I was doing my counting of these, it would have included OVW, so that would be 22.
And that still doesn't give you 26.
No, but you know what? I'm going to fact check my own website again, because this is a different website, and I think it would be correct.
I'm pretty sure Wikipedia is going to be more in-depth than some, like, individually ran website.
But is it?
I'm sure something detailing his entire life and career, year after year, month after month, actually, is going to be a lot more in-depth.
Let's go through count these again. Alright, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24,
okay,
25.
Tommy, Thomas, Royal Rumble match, Money in the Bank is not a championship.
Okay, well, it's on
A
here.
Crown Champion is just an overall term. That's not a championship!
Alright, well, shit, it's on there.
Grand Slam Champion just means you've won every belt. That's not a championship either. So I think my math was correct, Tommy Boy.
No, because you're saying OVW doesn't count, I'm saying it does. That makes a discrepancy.
OVW doesn't count!
Yeah, but that makes it it's in my count.
OVW doesn't count OVW on their records. OVW is a separate company.
But I didn't go by official rate. You know what? Fine, take your points.
Jeez. Okay, let's see your absolutely god awful math again. How many titties?
Not awful.
800.
How many titles has Edge held?
It doesn't matter because it's gonna be wrong anyway. What is 12? It's gonna be wrong either way, so he's gonna lose my point.
46, because it
No way.
This is from his entire career, every place he's ever wrestled in, 46.
That's retarded. You're just like deciding rules for each like individual wrestler, aren't you? How I Met Your Mother for 1,000.
I said I had one in there that was from
Fine.
a lot of multiple places. Alright, how long did it take them to record?
Said 1,000, Tommy Boy.
Britney Spears asked to play which character?
Did she ask to play the character that Barney dated, the receptionist from the doctor's office?
Yeah.
Abby. Gunther or Ludwig for 800.
Yeah. Well, you can probably guess.
Yeah. Ludwig Kaiser, as Samantha Irvin used to say. And let's finish off that for 600.
The man with the most devastating chops.
Big Daddy Walter, as he used to be called.
Yep.
Say 800 for Sonic the Hedgehog.
When was the first Sonic TV show?
What is 1995?
It was 93. You're pretty close.
I was about to say 94, but I thought that might be a little too old. Hog of Hedges for 1,000.
Sonic was the first video game character to have a balloon of themselves in the Macy's Day Parade. What year did this happen?
So I'm trying to think, when would Sonic have been at his peak? Because he was at his peak in Japan in the 90s. When did he reach his peak in America? I'm going to say probably late 90s, right? Right?
I don't know.
What is 1996?
It was 93 again.
Oh, wow. Awful trick question. How many titties for 1,000?
The Undertaker. How many?
What is 52? Because again,
34.
the math is going to be off no matter what. Yeah, what does that include? His time under different characters too? Does that include his time like in the Independence?
I didn't know he did independent wrestling.
For 200.
How long did it take them to record each episode?
Hey, you gotta think. So each episode's like a half hour long, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, logic says you could film 30 minutes worth of content in a day, but reality might say otherwise.
Right. What is 4 days?
It's 3 days.
I mean, I'm sure there's some episodes that took 4 days.
Probably, but generally it was 3 days per episode. They do 10 minutes each day. So going into round 2 is 6,800 points, Landy. How you feeling?
I feel weird because that said 1.1 on the title.
Yeah.
I mean, other than the absolute god-awful second category, I think that was pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
At least I fact-checked mine.
So, for these categories, in Double Jeopardy, we've got Mario or Zelda. Much like Gunther or Ludwig, I'm going to ask you questions about one of the series. You got to tell me which series I'm asking you a question about. We got Gods of War. I believe one of these questions has to do with Kratos from, obviously, the God of War games. The other ones, I'm asking you what the God of War is for a specific religion. Only in India. You'll see when we get there. It's pretty funny. Indie Ain't It, I've got some very, very base level questions that don't really spoil anything for the viewers, and, you know, we'll just see how much you remember about some of the episodes. And then we got How Much is Too Much. These are things that you might find around the house or at the store or whatever. Fairly basic things you might consume on a, you know, daily or, you know, semi-frequent basis. And you gotta tell me how much of it would kill you.
Okay. Well, we'll start off with Indie Ain't It for 2,000. Paul Clark's getting into.
Who is Indy's favorite sex machine?
Sean Blanchard.
The one and only.
Sean Blanchard. Sean. Indie Ain't It for 16. So,
who's the first character to die in the show?
Well, nobody's died yet.
Yeah.
but you're planning to kill off the bartender.
No, someone died. You wrote it.
Oh, someone died?
You wrote it.
I did?
Yes.
Let me think of this. I wrote somebody dying.
Uh-huh.
What? What episode is this from?
Okay, you didn't write a scene of them dying, but you did write down that they died. Or
I did?
rather, you had Paul say that this person died.
Oh, his brother.
Yeah,
Paul's brother.
yeah.
Green. I forgot about that. That might be the greatest episode I will ever write of the show ever. Let me just say, y'all ain't ready for episode 3. Indy ain't it for 12.
What is the show's biggest inspiration?
According to you, my name is Earl.
It is. It is 1,000,000% My Name is Earl. One of the funniest shows ever written.
Although we've kind of figured out our own flavor for it now. Indy ain't it for 4. Well, we'll shake it up this time.
Who's the main character?
Paul Edward Clark. I figure his middle name's gonna be Edward. That just sounds like such an awkward middle name.
Yeah, I never thought that far into it, but I guess it makes sense.
It's an awful middle name for an awful character living in an awful place. So,
yeah.
800 Indy ain't it?
Alright, wiping it off the board. Who's the only real person in the show?
The only real person is Sean Blanchard.
It is. He's the only person who's actually just gonna play
He's
themselves.
literally gonna be. It's literally gonna. Yeah. Okay. Only in India for 400.
They love to cover themselves in what animal product?
Cow poo.
Yeah, just shit. They like covering themselves in shit.
And eating it too, probably. Mario or Zelda for 12. I was a big Mario kid.
Which one features the Triforce?
Okay, I've never heard of that. Zelda.
Yeah,
Never played any Zelda game.
You know that the 3 golden triangles with the empty yeah, that's the Triforce.
Okay. Mario or Zelda for 4. I feel like I can run this one.
What? Yeah. Okay, a little misspell there.
Come.
Yeah, which game features Octoroks as an enemy?
Never heard of him. Zelda.
It is in fact Zelda.
That's what I'm basing it off of. 800 Mario or Zelda.
Which series has more live-action adaptations?
What is Mario? Because I know they had the show, the Super Mario Brothers Super Show.
Yep.
And they had the really, really crappy movie in the 90s or 80s.
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 live-action pieces of Mario media. Currently, there is 0 live-action Zelda anythings, but they are planning a movie to release next year.
Real one, remember the Super Mario Brothers Super Show. It was technically animated with like just some spliced in live action.
Mm-hmm.
I still count it. 1600, same category.
Which series features the character Tingles?
Zelda.
That is in fact Zelda.
This just like all answers Zelda with 1 Mario thrown in. 2000 Mario or Zelda.
This character was originally planned to be a carpenter.
Who is Mario?
There you go.
Have banked up some points. Gods of War for 400.
The God of... oh, yeah. That's the one I was saying.
Oh.
What the fuck did
who is Kratos?
Yeah. Well, actually, it's Ares. Yeah, Kratos is the titular God of War, and he's only actually the God of War in God of War Chains of Olympus, which is a side game on the PSP. In all the other games, he is barely a god for at most an hour before he loses his powers and then kills tens of thousands of people and dozens of gods trying to get his powers back. He was never the God of War. Yeah.
Okay. Same category for 8, because I have enough points banked up where I can miss a couple of these.
The Stinky Peoples, Hindu, God of War.
See, I didn't know the Hindus had a god of war. I just thought it was like a god of peace and stuff like that.
Some of these I had to sort of stretch it because they don't have a definitive god of war, but they'll have like a god of like darkness, disease, hatred, malnourishment, and war. And so some of it's like, technically,
who is anybody that visits the country and eats beef?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Only in India for 8. We're
Do they shower?
As that one famous clip of the dude on the bus or the whatever it is goes.
Shower? Yeah.
Shower? How much is too much for 4? We'll finally touch into
What
that.
is a lethal dose of caffeine?
What is 2,000 milligrams?
5,000 actually. It is okay. I will say you could die from as little as 2 grams or 2,000 milligrams. I was going off like what the FDA says is the amount that will guaranteed kill you, not just like you could die from this or you could get really fucked up. It's like no, this is the amount that will kill you, and it's 5 grams.
Okay. All right. How much is too much for 800?
Salt.
Test my scientific knowledge. What is? I gotta think. Like, at what point does it stop becoming like a tasty little, kick to your food, and does it become like a threat to your blood and your heart?
Mm-hmm.
What is 3 grams?
50, actually.
Oh. I know some salt is good for you.
Yeah, and salt is denser than you would think. 3 grams of salt is barely anything. It's like how much you sprinkle on some fries.
A fair point. Ah, fair point. Only in India for 12.
Where do they shit?
On the floor, on the road, in the water, wherever they want.
In a frying pan?
Wherever they want except the toilet. Yeah. How much is too much for 12? We'll go back.
Pure alcohol.
If you're... Oh man, that's what I gotta think. It's just like straight up alcohol?
Like just 100% pure corn liquor. Not the highest proof vodka, not like... I think there's something that's like 80%, something like that. Like just pure corn alcohol, like what Sean drinks in Indiana.
8 liters. 8 liters.
Take that number way the fuck down.
I don't know. Oh, 3 liters.
About a quarter gallon, actually. It's... Yeah.
Okay.
But that like I said here at the bottom, that's if you weigh 200 pounds and you don't consume any water at all. Like, if you also drank a quarter gallon of water at the same time, it'd be, like, almost half a gallon. It's kind of hard to determine alcohol, but...
Oh, that's less than a liter.
Yeah.
Well, see, since I don't drink, I don't really know how alcohol works other than, it's alcohol.
I mean, I know
God's the Wolf for 12. Let's listen point.
I was going to say, I know as a former alcoholic that at about 40% alcohol, I can easily consume 2 liters. Anyways, which score for Gods of War?
12.
Okay. The Berber God of War.
Berber?
This was a real country.
This was a real I don't... Who is, Cash Patel? I don't know.
No, it's Gurzil.
Shout out Cash Patel. He's one of the most interesting men to ever live.
Yeah.
Only in India for 16.
What do they eat?
Anything except beef.
Shit. Curry-infused shit.
Yeah. How much is too much for 16?
Nutmeg.
Oh man. Like the powder version of nutmeg?
I have this written in whole nuts.
Okay, in whole nuts. 20.
It's actually 4 to 5. They're very toxic. Yeah.
Wow. God almighty. Okay, 16, God of War. Lose some more points.
The Canaanite God of War.
I'm gonna use my first skip. I forgot I had those banked up. That might have done me some good.
It was a knot and a ball.
Oh wow. Only in India for 2.
What do they smell like?
They smell like feces. They smell like death.
Shit. They smell like shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
That was the answer for 4 out of the 5 questions for India, by the way. It was shit.
And the other one was like, where do they?
Yeah. Chinese god of war.
I don't know anything about Chinese gods, so who is Sun Tzu?
Honestly, I'll give you that.
He wrote a whole book called The Art of War.
Yeah.
2,000, how much is too much?
Botulism.
I'm going to use my second skip on the last one because I don't know.
Basically,
I don't even know what that
any amount. Okay.
I don't know what that is.
Botulism is a type of bacteria, and from what I know, there is some sort of a medical use for it. I don't know what that is. I think it has something to do with making Botox.
Okay.
And yeah, basically they have to dilute it down to like such an insanely tiny amount that when they like inject it in your skin, it makes it really tight instead of killing you overnight. Yeah. Yeah, botulism and Botox is insane. Anyways, so 22,800 points, man. Good job.
Hey. You're frozen on my end, Tommy boy.
Yeah, you're frozen on my end, but, you know. What? What the fuck? Why is that still up there? Go away. What?
You're frozen.
I can't even see you right now.
Tom.
Oh, man. Let me switch Wi-Fi really quick. Sorry, guys. Sorry. One of those things, you know. Still going. 12. Try again. Oh, I can't even see myself. What? Okay, we're back.
Now you're back again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, everything's fixed.
Yay. Now, do you want to play one of mine right now, or do you want to wait a little bit before we get into it?
That's up to you.
You know, we can do another one of mine. Why not? Let's see here. So this is going to be Unqualified.
Shout out milk.
Jeopardy number 14, maybe. I have my waters in the fridge, but shout out water. Let's get this set up. I think both of the mines that I've made for the episode 50 special are pretty good.
Can't wait to see him.
So let me know whenever you're looking at it.
I'm looking at it.
Okay, so we have how old is that world leader? I'll give you a grace period of 3 before, 3 after. So like if the world leader happens. One moment. Oh yeah. From the Alex Trebek stage at Sony Pictures Studios. This is Unqualified Jeopardy. Our returning champion is Tommy Boy, who's whatever day cash winnings totals whatever amount of dollars.
There we go.
Here's the host of Unqualified Jeopardy, Landy Boy. Okay. Guess that. How old is that world leader? Guess within 3 years. So if they're 55 years old, you can guess anywhere from 52 to 58.
Cool.
Right. 3 before, 3 after. I prefer if you get it right on the nose, but it is what it is. I figure I'd give you some grace period. Real or fake? Small town Kentucky names. I grew up in Kentucky. We have some interesting place names there. I'll give you a town name. You tell me, is that a real Kentucky town or not?
Okay.
White girl music, self-explanatory. The WNBA. And the 1980s. We've had the 60s. We've had the 70s. And now we have the 80s.
It's finally getting into the era of things that I actually know a bit of, so I should get some points in that one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get every WNBA question wrong unless these are horrifically sexist.
So we had the pastel colors era. we had the brown era, and now we have the neon era.
Yeah. Probably
So,
like one of my favorite eras of just style, just how bright everything was. It was awesome.
Well, and this may or may not apply what you said. It all
Okay,
depends.
good.
So where are we
good.
going first?
Let's test the waters. WNBA for 200.
Okay, since its founding in 1996,
Zero.
WNBA has turned a profit in this many years.
Zero. It
That's
cost
right, zero.
it cost the NBA $4 million a year to run this thing.
10 million a year. 10 million a year. The NBA, every year since 1996, for almost 30 years, Tommy Boy, the NBA has had to subsidize
Yeah.
and pay for the WNBA's loss.
It's a charity.
Yeah. If you want to call it even that, that's too nice. Where are we going now?
Real or fake small Kentucky town names for 200.
Okay. Hyndman.
Real.
That is in, I think, not County, Kentucky. Close to me, at least.
Not County, Kentucky?
Not, yeah, K-O...
Okay.
Not
okay.
K-O, K-N-O-T, I think. Maybe it's K-N-O-T-T. There's a Not County, Kentucky, and a Knox County, Kentucky.
Wow.
Very confusing.
Yeah, the 40 years ago for 200.
Okay. In 1985, the first edition of this event took place, featuring celebrity appearances from Mr. T, Muhammad Ali, and Cyndi Lauper.
Ooh. 85. Oh, that would have been the first WrestleMania.
That would indeed be the first WrestleMania.
I saw Muhammad Ali and I thought about boxing. I was like, I wonder if that's when the first UFC was. But no, I don't think UFC's been around that long.
UFC didn't come around until I think the early to mid 90s.
Yeah. Alright, dude, on a roll so far. Let's do white girl music for 1,000.
Alright. Since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time. I'm so moving on, yeah, yeah. Next to you, I get what I want. What comes next?
You always get the part of the song that I remember, and then you're like, alright, guess the rest. I'm like, I don't know the rest. I know this part.
I just need the next line that follows up this part of the chorus. The iconic, since you've been gone, I can't breathe for the first time. I'm so moving on, yeah, yeah. Next to you, now I get what I want. What follows up that?
I want a big black dick in my ass.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah,
You want
I actually don't know what comes after this.
Oh, I think I had to guess who it was. Oh, that's my bad.
Okay.
I'll give you points. I forgot. I think you have to name who sings it. That's on me.
Okay,
that's
if I knew that, I would have got the points.
I'm sorry, Tony Boy. I made this like a week ago. I'm sorry. I made this like a week ago. I'm sorry.
Alright, I'm guessing the artist, not the next line. Got it.
Yeah. That's my bad.
Damn it. White girl music for 200. Let's see if you're at least consistent.
This singer is most known for her classics Unwritten and Pocket Full of Sunshine.
Natasha Bedingfield.
Yes, Natasha Bedingfield. I'm sorry, Tommy Boy. That was an oopsie.
Okay.
I mean, it's not as bad as an entire category of math
yeah.
wrong, but I digress. We're even now.
Okay. Guess the age of that world leader for 600. We're going right in the middle.
Okay.
Ooh.
Xi Jinping, aka
68.
Winnie the Pooh. He's 72.
Oh, wow.
So
I was off
you were
by
just
4 years.
one off.
Yeah.
Well, remember, you're allowed to guess it within 3. You were 4 years up.
And I guess
said,
4 short. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright. Real or fake? Small town Kentucky names for 400.
Breeding.
Oh, I know that's real.
That's real. I actually
I've been there.
Well, I didn't have her as a teacher.
Or driven through it.
I didn't have her as a teacher, but there was a teacher in my elementary school. Her name was Miss Breeding too. So.
Okay.
Really funny, haha, goofy name. Breeding.
Yeah. Uh, the I'm trying to think of something funny, clever to say here. The we not ball a lot for 400.
Okay. Nearly 40% of the WNBA is attracted to this gender.
Blacks. No, women.
Yeah. Female. No offense to black lesbian or black or lesbian.
I felt the aura of the answer.
I did get that iconic quote in there.
Yeah.
My favorite quote I've ever had on this show.
Oh. The 80s for 4.
You knew it was coming. This family sitcom debuted in 1987 and featured stars like John Stamos, Bob Saget, and the Olsons. Rest in peace, Bob Saget.
Started in 87?
Yeah.
I think Friends started in like 91 or 92. So it's not that. So I'm going to say Seinfeld.
You gotta think, what? It's Full House.
Oh, damn.
John Stamos,
yeah,
Jesse,
yeah.
Bob Saget as the dad, and Mary-Kate and Ashley both played Michelle Tanner.
I haven't watched Full House in like 15 years.
I loved it as a kid.
Yeah. Guess the age of that world leader for 400.
400. Justin Trudeau.
Oh. I know he's young. I think he's still in his 30s, maybe. I want to say he's 39, but I feel like he might be younger than that, so I'm going to say 37 and hedge my bet on being within 3 years.
He's actually
What
53.
the fuck?
You got to think Fidel Castro. You got to think Fidel Castro died quite a long time ago, so you got to do your math based on that. Because remember, Fidel Castro is his dad.
Didn't he die in...
As you said.
Didn't Fidel die in the 2000s? I swear he died in like 02.
You think he was putting out for that long?
No, but I...
Oh, he died in 2016, but he was 90.
I was going to say Fidel was around for a
90.
while.
He was 90.
Okay, I guess that wouldn't have made sense for Fidel to put out a baby at like 79 or whatever he would have been, but I could have sworn Justin was younger than that. He doesn't look that old. I'll give him that.
Yeah, but you are a firm believer in the conspiracy that Fidel Castro is his dad. So
100%. If he's 52, that makes even more sense.
Where are we going now?
World leaders for 200.
All right. Donald
fuck.
J. Trump, the leader of the free world.
81?
He's 79. You get points. Because you got it within 3.
Yeah. Damn. White girl music for
Good
8.
clues up on the board. All right. This is the favorite musician of the government of Tajikistan.
Brian the Maker.
Miss Dual IPA.
Oh. Yeah, you're right.
Miss Dual IPA. Why would you botch that?
Because you made the music festival poster and you made a very specifically.
Dua Lipa was on it.
I know, but you made very specifically sure that I knew Brian the Maker was on there. So I thought that's where you were going with Tajikistan. White girl music, I should have known, but yeah.
Yeah. Brian the Maker makes music for.
Brian the Maker.
Actually, he makes music for himself.
Yeah.
He makes music for Brian the Maker. Miss Dual IPA makes music for the white ladies.
Yeah.
And the whores, mainly the white ladies.
Damn. All right.
And me, I'm a Dua Lipa fan. Where are we going?
I gotta think of funnier WNBA jokes to make.
The Women's National Baking Alliance.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Alright, for 600.
Yeah. This WNBA player was traded from a Russian prison after she, who looked and sounded like a man, was arrested for having, that's supposed to say weed, not wheat, having weed in a Russian airport. Fun fact: she got traded for the Russian Merchant of Death.
Yeah, Brittany Griner. I don't know if you've seen the video, but
Brittany.
she posted a video on her Twitter of her playing basketball in her pool, shirtless.
Shirtless.
She does not have boobs.
There's nothing going on.
Literally, it is ribs.
Looks
It
like
is
a man.
just. I have more breast muscle and tissue than Brittany Griner.
Yeah, Brittany Griner sounds like a man as well. I don't know if you've ever heard Brittany Griner talk, but
Brian Griner.
yeah, I just want to say the worst trade in history. The
Yeah.
worst trade deal in the history of trade deals included trading away a potential basketball potential player. I say all those in air quotes.
Yeah.
For the Merchant of Death, who has led to the death of probably hundreds, maybe even thousands of people.
Possibly
A
hundreds
Russian
of thousands.
arms dealer.
We have no clue, really.
Yeah, Anti-Shadow, whoever orchestrated that trade.
Yeah. That guy is. I don't think it's the guy, but is pretty close to the guy who that Nicolas Cage movie was based off of, the Lord of War.
See, what is his real name? Victor Bout. His name is Victor Bout.
Yeah. As Trump would say, this is the worst trade deal
my God.
in the history of trade deals,
No.
possibly ever.
Just for gits and shiggles, I looked it up. Do you know where Victor Bout was born?
Russia?
Dushanbe, back when it was still part of the Soviet Union. He was born in modern-day Tajikistan, but he was born in Dushanbe when it was still part of the USSR.
That's crazy.
I never realized that.
We traded for a Tajikistani.
We traded for a Tajik.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
now, Tommy Boy.
Tajikistan. No. Real or fake for 6?
All right, Longchamp.
I think you made that one up.
That one's fake.
See, I saw this NBA meme on Instagram where people were making their own racist versions of what NBA means, and one of them is ninjas bouncing around. But women ninjas bouncing around doesn't sound as funny when I say it, so... Yeah, but anyways, women ninjas bouncing around for 800.
Okay. The WNBA is estimated to have lost this much money over the 2024 season. Just to give you a clue of how much it is, you have within $5 million of guessing room here.
Well, you said earlier that they spend around $10 million a year on the WNBA.
Yeah, but how much did they lose specifically this year? Because it's a lot more.
Right, so I was going to say, if I have to be within 5, that means it's a lot more than 10.
Right.
26.
I'll give you one more guess. It's higher. Because you gave me one more guess. The last one going down. It's higher. I'll give you one more guess.
40.
$40 million. According to Google AI, at least, they are estimated to have lost $40 million over the 2024 season.
50. You had 50 written there.
Wait, I did?
I guessed 40. You wrote 50.
Oh, I think it was 40. Hold on, let me double check. How much WBA lose in 2024? It's actually 40. I don't know why I said 50. I remember specifically reading 40.
Okay. Yeah, so I got that one.
Yeah,
but
I meant to say 40. I meant to say 40. That's my bad.
that's insane.
Yeah. According to Google AI, at least, WNBA lost an estimated $40 million over the 2024 season.
Just close it already. Stop funding it. It's not worth it, clearly.
Yeah.
There's not $40 million worth of WNBA fans out there. What?
Oh. You ever seen the old Family Guy cutaway where it's like talking about the WNBA? They're playing a game, and it's like I don't know how it comes up, but like it's showing the announcers, and they're like, "Is this like really worth it?" That's for the fan to decide, and because of the stands,
There's no
one fan sitting in the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
The one fan in the crowd says, "Yay!"
Yeah.
Top 5 Family Guy cutaway. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where are you going
fuck the
now, Tony
WNBA.
Boy?
White girl music for 4.
Like her music before. Before going absolutely psychotic, she was a top 10 most attractive and talented, too, female singer of all time.
Went psychotic? That could be Miley Cyrus. That could be Mariah Carey.
Well, we talk about her having an absolute geek for any woman ever, all the time. She is an unqualified favorite.
What?
Remember our female singers tier list? She was at the top of the pack in that, if that helps. Yeah, we did the tier list of female singers, and she was like, whatever our equivalent for S tier was in that, that's where she was.
Okay. Who? Britney Spears.
I'm surprised it took you that long. Britney Spears.
I was just, well, like, here's the thing. Women go crazy a lot. I was just going through the list of crazy celebrity women in my head, and I eventually got down to the B's, and I went, oh, Britney.
Britney.
All right.
I love the fact how you in your head you have it categorized alphabetically, too. That's commitment.
All right, world leaders for 8.
Okay. How old is Kim Jong-un?
Ooh. Let me think. Kim Jong, who was the last one? I think died in the 90s? And that's when
2011. 2011.
Really?
Yeah, I was doing my research for it. Kim Jong-il died in 2011. I'm pretty sure Kim Jong-il's dad died in the 90s. I could be wrong.
Okay, that might be who I'm thinking of. It's like Kim Jong something, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, Kim Jong-un officially became supreme leader in 2011 following his dad's death. Okay. I was doing my research for that, and I've read that fact.
Well, that takes the number I was thinking down, because I was thinking if his dad died in the 90s, then he's probably like 50, almost 60 now, but 52.
He's only 41, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, he's young. Which means we're probably stuck with Little Rocket Man for the next 30 to 40 years. Unless somebody finally gets the balls to overthrow North Korea, but...
Dude, why haven't we? Genuinely.
Listen, we're really good allies with South Korea.
Okay.
If you combine our military power with South Korea's military power, we could overthrow North Korea in a month.
Dude, we could send 1% of our military over there. Yeah. That is South Korea tomorrow.
Yeah, we could just like send over a couple of tanks, like maybe 5,000 or 6,000 soldiers.
Yeah.
Combine that with the entire South Korean military, we're overthrowing North Korea in a week. Honestly.
Keep in mind.
Not South Korea, but North Korea.
Keep in mind, North Korea has never engaged in boots on ground combat. Their military has 0 experience. When we show up, all 6 foot something, 200 something pounds, wearing 180 something pounds gear, carrying massive guns, walk up to those little 5 foot, 100 pound sticks of bone eating, dirt eating, rotten milk drinking, little fucking soy weaklings, they're gonna surrender. They're not gonna fight back. They're gonna put their guns down and surrender. Why haven't we?
Sure, they'll probably nuke us. They'll probably turn like North Carolina
their
or California or something into a
their bombs can't get over Japan. They can't get them to Japan. How are they going to get here? Just take them out already.
Fair point. Where are we going now?
We'll just finish that one off 1,000.
Alright. The King of England.
Oh, he's old.
Philip. That's Charles. It's Charles III. How old is Charles III?
I'm going to say 95 because I honestly believe he could be anywhere from 92 to 98.
He's only 76.
Oh.
Keep in mind,
he looks horrible for 76.
He's the son of the Queen who died in her 90s. So.
Yeah, I forget how the royal family works.
Yeah, so the Queen is part of the family. She just married that Philip dude, and Philip died.
Okay.
Philip and the Queen were the parents of Charles, who is now the king. So it goes like by descendants.
Yeah, I thought her son was the other dude who's with that one chick, and they're like excised from the royal family because
I'm pretty sure that's the next generation down. I could be wrong.
yeah, that would make more sense. Yeah, yeah, I don't care about English politics
Uh,
that much. Uh,
I don't. It's not even politics. The royal family has zero power. They're just public figures who have been around since the country was founded. They have
yeah,
zero political power. I mean, they might be able to
yeah.
lobby a little bit, but they're not making any decisions.
Well, I
They're
think
just doing like
I,
charity work with
I
parents
think their
now.
position is sort of similar to like our presidents, where they get the final say on bills.
No, that's the prime minister's job, ain't it?
I
The
thought
prime minister's like their equivalent of president.
uh,
Because it's actually
yeah.
elected.
Again, I don't know the intricacies of how their government works, but I thought they had their own. You know, they got their house thing, and I thought it went from the house to the prime minister to the king, queen, and then to the
I
people.
think Parliament. I think they elect Parliament in the kind of way we elect
Yeah.
Congress by district, and then they have the prime minister who is president, basically their president. I think that's how they work it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure the royal family is just like public figures now.
Okay. Yeah.
They just sit there and collect money.
Yeah.
Somehow they're making money.
All right. Real or fake? 800.
All right, rabbit hash.
I feel like that has to be real, just because I don't feel like you would include a hash in the name of something.
Yeah, it's rabbit hash, and they're famous for having multiple dog mayors. I kid you not.
Oh, it
They've
did.
elected dogs as mayors on multiple times.
So is Cormorant, Minnesota. Actually, they were the ones that started
Got
it.
some
Cormorant was the
mayors
first
in
one to
there.
have a dog as a mayor. It was a
Still
well,
some.
you probably remember, like 10-ish years ago when all the news articles came out of, oh, this town elected a dog a mayor. That was Cormorant. The mayor's name was Duke. He was oh man, what is the name of those? I'm not even gonna try to pronounce it. It's like Borgoys or something like that. Some kind of weird dog. Anyways, yeah, they were the first ones with a dog mayor. Uh,
They started. Rabbit hash. The first elected mayor of rabbit hash was a dog of unknown percentage, who was inaugurated in 1998.
hmm. Anyways,
So yeah, they had it from 98 to 2001, 2004 to 8, 8 to 16, 16 to 20, 2020 to 2024. Okay, so Goofy Bornman, Junior Cochran,
oh wait,
Lucy Liu, Brenneth Paltrow, Pawltro, Wilbur Beast, and their current mayor is Boone.
I'm noticing though they do it every 4 years on the election cycle. Cormorant, since it's not officially big enough to be a town and it's incorporated into Audubon, the next town over, it's just sort of a like they elect a dog and that dog goes till it dies and then they elect a new dog.
Oh.
Yeah. Anyways,
Anyway,
I'm gonna go with the 80s for 600.
okay. An infamous disaster occurred in 1986 when this Soviet power plant exploded.
What is the Chernobyl incident? 50,000
Yeah.
people used to live here. Now it's a ghost town. Yeah. Man.
Got,
WNBA, finish them off.
a lot of ones left. This is the name of the team from Tommy Boy's home.
I don't fucking know.
You know,
I'm taking.
this is the W.
I don't know.
W-
I'm taking the hit.
The WNBA
I'm
team
taking the hit.
from the great city of Chicago. The Chicago.
Never
Sky
heard of
is their
them. No,
actual name.
nobody has heard of them.
Exactly. Oh God, where are you going now?
Kentucky. We'll finish that one off. I know that
Essex.
one's real.
That's fake. There's no town in Kentucky named Essex. We have a London, Kentucky, a Paris, Kentucky, probably a couple other, yeah, but we don't have an Essex, Kentucky.
Damn, yeah, okay, you know what's crazy? Essex is maybe not that common, but I think there's like 20 states with an Essex in them. It's like one of the most popular copied town names from Britain is Essex. So I thought for sure there'd be one in there, considering y'all got London and Paris, and y'all had a few other weird name towns in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
You ever been to London, Kentucky, Tommy Boy?
I don't think I have.
It's got a little bit going for it. It's more of like a drive-through town with a few restaurants and stuff.
I've been to Paris, Illinois. Oh, I gotta say though, I've never been to Sandwich, Illinois. I always wanted to go, but I never got the chance to.
Wow.
I also never went to, was it Normal, Illinois? There's a college there, which is the only reason anyone ever goes to Normal is for, I think it's SIU is down there. I never went there though, to college or Normal. Anyways.
Oh, wow.
White girl music. Let's finish them off like I like finishing off on white girls.
This rapper slash singer has had such hits as Paper Planes and Bad Girls reached their peak popularity in the 2000s.
Move fast, die young, bad girls do it well. MIA.
Yeah, we love MIA around here.
800.
Even though she herself is not white.
Yeah.
This television network debuted in 1981,
MTV.
and now its name is basically meaningless. Yeah. It's just 20 hours a day of ridiculousness, and then 4 hours a day of probably like
commercials,
Teen Mom, and infomercials.
Yeah.
This man was president when the 1980s began,
my
as
fucking
we
God.
always have in these decades. You need to start studying these, Tommy Boy.
You know what's funny is I remember in the last episode I named the person who was president going into the 80s, and I'm pretty sure it was Reagan. Fuck. Fuck.
So
hold on. When was Reagan president? When was Reagan president? I need to know.
I think Reagan was elected in 84.
Damn it.
He was president from 84 to 88. Could be wrong. He was president from 1981 to 1989, actually.
Yeah. Damn it. I knew it was at the start of the 80s.
81 to 89.
So going into round 2 with 1,000 points. Fuck me, dude.
I mean, as the great Todd Chavez from BoJack Horseman says, that went slightly better than the worst it could have gone.
As the great Kali says, ha 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 ha.
Okay.
Right.
Boy,
You think I'm kidding?
a whopping
I'm gonna
1,000 points. You have Real or Fake, Florida Man Headlines Edition, one of my favorites I've ever done.
All
Dale
5
Earnhardt
real.
Senior, World Religions, Nintendo, and at Tajikistan_gov, testing your knowledge on our parody Twitter account.
Did you know that Sega do what Nintendo don't? Yeah, you don't get that reference, do you? Sega do what Nintendo don't? No? Okay, that was a real ad Sega ran back in the day when they were competing with Nintendo. Anyways. Yeah, because Sega's dead now.
Yeah, where are we going?
Florida Man, 400.
Alright. Florida man who lost arm to gator attack shares story.
Real.
Yeah, this one is.
Of course it is.
This one exists.
Well, let's just do all of Florida Man. Just go down Florida Man.
Okay. Alright. Florida man who stole over $40,000 in goods from home of professional basketball player is arrested.
Real. Has to be.
That one's fake. I made that one up.
Damn. Sounds real.
Florida man admits to shooting parents over a video game argument.
Okay, here's the thing. Parents over video game argument. I don't think that's something an adult would do, and in Florida they have this thing called the Sunshine Clause, and if a child commits a crime, they don't even publish it. So I'm going to say fake, because it either has to be fake, or it's a grown adult that shot their parents over video games. Yeah, Because that's the only reason it would say Florida man.
Can,
Well, actually, they
you can
did
find
get
the
rid
actual-
of the sunshine clause in, I think, 2023, so if it happened after that, that would still be the title. Okay, 2024, so yeah, okay. But it says he's 24.
Yeah, so-
It says he's 24. So he was a grown adult. Okay.
I mean, so I did paraphrase to make it like just like flow better, but it is a real technical headline.
Yeah.
I changed the wording just a bit, but the premise is the same. You want to get yourself out of the hole this time. Florida man accused of faking death to avoid audit.
I'm pretty sure every Florida person does that every tax season. Real.
Oh, make that one up.
Okay, even if that's not a news headline, they do that.
Florida man, 42.
Real.
With over 3,000 pounds of illegal
Okay,
gaming.
that-
Oh no, I made that one up. I made that one
That's
up.
the most realistic sounding one here.
And I made it up. I'm getting better at these.
Yeah.
Where are you going now? Trying to dig yourself out of this negative 420 plus 0 hole.
God damn it.
Hey,
Twitter
hey,
for
as you
400.
said, it's basically 420. Okay.
It is.
This is the official restaurant of the government of Tajikistan.
Chicken burger.
Chicken burger.
Nintendo don't for 400.
This is a giant ape and title character in the Game of Mario debut.
Danky Kang.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah.
What's next?
World religions for 2000.
For 2000. This religion's name is also the name of a Godsmack song. It's probably not what you think of as a religion, but it was listed as a religion on Wikipedia, so I'm counting it.
Well, I don't really know anything about Godsmack, so that don't help me.
I'm not the one who's so far away when I feel the snake bite into my veins. Never do I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came. That's how the song starts, if that gives you any hint.
For some reason, that snakebite line stuck out to me. I'm gonna go with reptilian people.
Mm-hmm. Voodoo.
Oh.
Multiple religions have used the name in some way, apparently.
Yeah, well... Yeah, I don't know if that really is a religion or more of a... I mean, I don't want to call it magic, because that's... they kind of think of it like how most people think of magic, but I guess it is religious to them in some way. Yeah, it's one of those weird ones. I get it.
The rest of these are more traditional religions.
Okay. 1600 for religions, Pastafarianism.
Mostly followed in the Middle East, this religion was founded in about 16 AD.
Islam.
Boom Boom religion. The Boom Boom religion.
Yeah. Yeah, I always just say Muslim, but yeah, Islam is the correct. Yeah.
Yeah, the strap a grenade to yourself and drive a van into a public space. Religion.
The government of Tajikistan for 800.
All right. The government of Tajikistan has called for the bombing of the
India.
country multiple times. Please.
We hate India over on Twitter and in real life.
We do. We do.
We hate them
we're gonna
extra
take
hard
it
on
out, aren't
Twitter.
we? Yeah.
Nintendo for 800.
Them Asian countries go hard in the paint. In 2025, Nintendo released the second generation of this handheld console.
The Switch DOS. And it sucks.
Yeah, the Switch.
Yeah.
Alright, where are you going now?
The Intimidator for 400.
Alright. He famously drove the car featuring this number.
83 or 38. I think it's one of those two.
It's actually just 3.
Oh.
His son, Dale Jr., for a brief period drove the 88, though. And
Okay.
the 8 for a while. Dale himself, though, drove number 3. Number 3, Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
Most of his career.
Tajikistan_gov for 1200.
All right. Multiple riots have been mentioned by the government of Tajikistan regarding this topic.
The goat tariff.
Yeah, the goat tariffs, aka, and farming, well, mostly tariffs.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite things to see.
Like
Riots break out in West Dushanbe over 26.17% goat shit tariff.
It's gotta be the greatest inside joke we've made on there.
Yeah. World religions for 4.
Alright. As stated on the show multiple times, this religion is the faith of yours truly, and with nearly 29% of the population following, it is the most followed in the world.
Christianity.
Yes, Tommy boy.
I was gonna say the cult of the Lamb, but yeah, I think that might be Satanism.
That's a little touchy, Tommy boy. Where are you on next?
800 world religions.
Alright. Although it's not technical religion, this is the absence of religion in one's life.
Atheism or agnosticism.
Right. I think agnosticism is more like just, I don't know how to explain it. I think atheism is like...
Atheism is I don't believe in anything. Agnosticism is I don't believe because I don't have proof. But if there was proof, I'd believe.
Okay. Alright. Sums it up quite nicely.
Nintendo for 12.
Where would... Nintendo for 12. This tile character of the game series may look like a certain Pokemon, but it's a different thing entirely.
Oh... Kirby.
That is indeed Kirby.
I almost said Jigglypuff, which is a Pokemon.
Looks like a knockoff Jigglypuff, even though it's made by the same exact developer.
Yeah. Tajikistan for 2000.
For 2000. In May 2025, the government of Tajikistan announced that the Tajik ambassador to this European nation was killed in a riot in West Dushanbe.
Oh, shit.
I gave you the fact that it's European.
The Pope. The Pope. It was the Pope.
Country. Is the Pope a European nation, Tommy boy?
Well, okay, no, the Vatican.
No, it's the Netherlands. The Tajik ambassador to the Netherlands was killed in a riot in West Dushanbe.
Okay, I didn't read that one, but I do remember us posting RIP to the Pope, which is where I thought that was going.
Yeah, that was our first tweet. That was before the whole riot joke.
Oh yeah, okay. Let's finish off world religions like Christianity. Finish off the debate of which one's real.
This religion, often associated with India, it's possibly the most known polytheistic religion.
That would either be the Punjabis or the Hindus.
Yeah, I went with Hinduism, but I would have accepted either. I think Hinduism is more known worldwide.
Yeah, Punjabis. I think the Punjabi thing is like a semi-Islamic, Hinduism type thing, because that's more in the northwestern region by all the Islam countries, where most of the Hindus are from the more Pacific area.
Okay.
That's it. If I got my India geography right from my Indian friend, who is Punjabi.
Oh.
Yeah, shout out Jarwar.
Next time,
the Intimidator, 800.
Alright. He won this many NASCAR championships. If you remember...
18.
He was... 7.
Oh.
Remember there was a clue about, 3 drivers are tied with 7 championships all time?
Oh.
One that is not Dale Earnhardt. That was a little clue in one of the NASCAR categories.
Okay.
He is tied for the record of 7.
Earn Dale Hart Sr. for 12.
Alright. He was from a city called Kannapolis, located in this state.
What the fuck?
It's also, coincidentally, where most of the NASCAR teams are based.
Ohio?
North Carolina.
Fuck. Yeah. Yeah,
it's looking bleak, Tommy boy.
as soon as let Ohio out, I went, it's North Carolina. We talked about this last episode. It was too late.
God.
Dale Earnhardt, 16. Let's lose some more.
All right. He is perhaps best known for his time in this car model manufactured by Chevrolet, which I accidentally said earlier.
You did, and not that I wouldn't have known it. It's the Monte Carlo.
Yeah. And he was known for the Monte Carlo. Also drove. I don't know if he was. I don't know if he was part of the generation that drove the SS or not. But he mainly drove the Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
Most of his career spent in the Monte Carlo, regardless.
Yeah. Nintendo, 16.
All right. Nintendo originally produced this casino staple.
Huh? Okay.
It originally produced this thing that is used in casinos.
Slot machines?
Playing card, Tommy Boy.
Oh.
They started off with a playing card, and they were founded in the 1800s to make playing cards.
Okay, yeah, I knew that, but I was trying to think if it was like a specific game, because yeah,
No,
cards is a bit ambiguous, but yeah, okay. Tajikistan, finish it off.
Out in negative. The government of Tajikistan has asked Miss Dual IPA from this event.
Oh, it was some sort of a summer concert thing, but I don't remember the name of it, so I'm going to use the skip.
It was actually the Buzkashi Championship.
Okay.
Instead of being the national anthem, the Buzkashi Championship.
Yeah.
You have 2 more chances to get out of the negatives. If you miss one of these,
Dale Earnhardt.
you're finishing in the negative. Before driving the black Goodwrench car, he drove a blue and yellow car sponsored by this jeans company.
Okay, if I get it right, I'm not using a skip. If I get it wrong, I'm using a skip. Levi's.
It's Wrangler.
Damn it. I was thinking it's got to be Levi or Wrangler. Levi. It's Wrangler.
This absolute unit of a character in Wii Sports became a meme for being the greatest boxer to ever step foot in the ring.
Oh, what the fuck is his name? Oh,
Very basic name, I'll give you that.
It is.
It's a very basic, one-syllable name.
It's like Mark or Bill or something.
What's your final answer?
Alright, again, if I get it right, I'll take the points. If I get it wrong, I'm using a skip. Mark.
Well, this is the last clue. This is
my last skip. Mark.
You're using...
Math. Yeah, damn it.
And you're walking out of here with negative 5,800 points, Tommy Boy. Thank you for playing.
Hold on. If you had used my skips properly, it'd only be 1,800.
You didn't say you're using your skips. You gave an answer.
I said if I get it right, I want the points. If I get it wrong, I want to use a skip.
It doesn't work like that. You provide an answer. You have to say, bro, Tom, we've been through this, Tommy Boy.
Yeah.
We've been through the rules discussion, but congrats on your negative 5,800. That might be your record.
No, I don't know. It's probably not my first negative finish, but that's by far my worst one.
I think that is your first negative finish, actually.
Okay.
I keep all of them tracked. I track all of them. So you have 9,000, 29,000, 21,4, 9,600, 12,000, 13,4, 11,000, 25,8, 4,600, 8,200, 9,400, 24,200, 4,200, and now negative 5,800.
Damn.
Oh, you had a good run before you finished in the negatives. I mean, it's going to happen to both of us eventually, but...
Yeah. Just, man. This is what The Undertaker must have felt like losing the streak to Brock Lesnar.
Hey, listen, you'll eventually, I mean, later on this episode, have another one to kind of redeem yourself, but...
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know when you want to play the second of my Jeopardies, because you have 2 more you got to play.
I do, yeah.
From you later.
Also, I got a box I want to show off. It's a box. Now, you saw it? Cool. Now it's out here. You've never seen it again. No, I'm kidding. I want to show you what's inside of it.
Didn't you also say you had a work story you wanted to share for episode 50? I forgot something.
Hold on.
I forgot something, Tommy Boy. I just realized I forgot something.
Okay.
Episode 50. I promised the basketball references soon. Shout out Cole Anthony.
All right, shout out Cole Anthony. We're
I can't believe I forgot that.
2 hours into the episode. Glad we're getting that out.
Hey, we are 2 hours in?
Yeah, it's 10:04. We started recording at like 8:05. So yeah.
Wow.
I wrote it down on one of my phones. I think that work story that I had to tell. I hope I did, anyways. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Man, so... Alright, so Josh was our team lead on the 3rd, right? Christy was... No, actually, Christy was there. But Josh was our main team lead for the day. And when I walked in the morning, I was like, man, this is fireworks standing down the street, right? They got a sign outside that says everything is buy one get one free today. I don't really want to get some buy one get one free fireworks. And he's like, oh, that's cool. I'm like, yeah. And I timed it, and from when I was at that street corner to when I was standing in the middle of the country fair was exactly 20 minutes. So if I just walk really fast on my lunch break, I could totally go buy fireworks, get back, still eat lunch, and get back on time. And he's like, let me stop you there. I'm like, what? He's like, first of all, you can't leave work property on your lunch break, even though some people do. You're not supposed to. I'm like, okay, that's literally against the law, but okay. And then he's like, 2, you can't bring fireworks onto work property at all. And I went, okay, what if I just cover them so that no one can see them? And he goes, then I'm going to tell security to check your car. And I went, well, I'll just lock it and tell them I don't consent to searches or seizures. And he's like, regardless, if I find out you left work property to buy fireworks on your lunch break, I have to fire you. I went, okay, no fireworks for me then.
Illegal.
Right, I went, alright.
Illegal.
Yeah, I went, fine, no fireworks for me then. I walked out of the office, and I went, if you find out. On my lunch break, I sprinted to my car, flew down the road, bought a bunch of fireworks, got back to the country fair in 35 minutes.
Oh, man. I mean, that is... He can't fire you.
I know.
You're not allowed to fire somebody for leaving work on a lunch break.
Yeah. I mean, like, okay, for bringing fireworks, if that really is against the rules, okay, sure. You can't tell me not to leave work property on my lunch break.
People do it all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyways, I went and bought a bunch of fireworks on my lunch break. that was my work story I wanted to tell. Oh.
Are you finally getting that box open?
Yeah, I got it open. Oh, you can't see in the box, or in the bag. I was hoping you'd be able to. Alright, is there anything else in here? Anything special? No stickers or anything. Okay, no, I'm not that cool.
Stickers?
Yeah, sometimes you buy stuff online and people send you stickers with it, but no stickers in here.
Oh. I mean, I bought a few things online before I got stickers with them. I bought a NASCAR car from the 90s. I got sent a Coors Light sticker. I gave it to my dad to put on his toolbox in his garage.
Okay, I didn't realize I got 2 cake strains, but anyways, I've got an ounce of ice cream cake and an ounce of... what is this? Jiffy cake. I got weed.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Fun.
I love marijuana. Oh my goodness! Oh, great googly moogly! I just busted the bag open and got punched in the face with some fucking weed stink, dude. Oh.
Smells disgusting, by the way. From my experiences at concerts, I can tell you it's the bottom 5 smell I've ever smelled.
Weed smells way better than weed smoke. I will agree. Weed smoke smells horrible. Weed, I think, smells amazing.
I've been to 3 concerts in my life, and all 3 times the weed stench was awful. I think I've told this story. Whenever me and my dad went to Metallica back in May of this year, right in Nashville, we were like 2,000 feet away from the stadium, and the weed stench was already awful.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I was on the floor at Five Finger Death Punch back in 2022 in Knoxville, the weed stench was absolutely awful. Like, we were
Yeah.
a few rows away from the rail on the floor, so, you know, it was really getting passed around. It was awful. Wasn't as bad at Avenged Sevenfold, but you could still see smoke from the floor.
Mm-hmm. Damn it. Why is this one like this? Stupid. Yeah. I'll agree, like, okay, here's the thing. If I'm walking out in public and I smell weed, I don't mind it because A, you know, I like weed, and B, it's like, oh, hey, there's some really cool people around here doing really cool things. That's cool. Uh, but yeah, I mean, I'll agree that, like, in the realm of smells, weed smoke smell is not great. I mean, it's a lot better than cigarette smoke. I'd, you know, rather smell a joint being smoked than a cigarette a million times, but, yeah, I love the smell of just plain old weed, though. And what the fuck? What? Who sealed this fucking bag? I can't get it open. Okay, there we go. Ooh. Oh my good. What the how the fuck?
I'm going to show you this.
This is only
this
top shelf. This looks like some AAA shit. Oh my god.
So, Tom, we know the NASCAR Chicago street race. The Grant Park 165 was this past weekend, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to show you this. So, obviously, it's a really, really narrow, like, street course. So, this is from the 51 car of Cody Ware.
Yeah.
This is probably some of the most damage I've ever seen on any part of a car. Like, look at this.
Just hold on, let me ask. Was that a Mustang?
I think he might. I mean, seeing as there is a Ford car right here, I assume he is part of Team Ford. I assume he is a Mustang driver in the Cup Series.
It makes total sense that he went into the wall. That's where all Mustangs go.
Seeing as almost every single NASCAR body is virtually the same, I don't think that has much to do with it. I think it just has to do with, like...
Yeah, and here's the thing. Every generation of Mustang is a completely different car from the last. Nobody knows how to drive them. It is the spirit of the Mustang. You're out in front of a bunch of people that are looking at your car, you think you're hot shit, and you hit a fucking wall. It's just a Mustang thing.
By the way... So I assume you recognize, like, kind of this setup right here. This is like one of the main curves.
That is, I believe we're facing north in this photo, towards the city.
We've looked at this, so this is the track layout.
Yeah.
I mean, just like, look how narrow some of these, like, turns and stuff get.
Eh. It was Mustang.
I mean, like that. Oh boy, I really hope they make a they produce one of the die casts of this, because look at the cheesesteak car, bro. Like, who doesn't want a cheesesteak car?
It is pretty nice.
Let me see here. Let me see if I can find the paint scheme. But I want you to do a paint scheme ranking for Chicago. Hold on. Let me see if I can... Where is... How would you find this, actually? Entry list, maybe? What? I don't care about Sonoma.
I like Sonoma.
I mean, Sonoma's cool, but I don't care about Sonoma right now. Hold on.
I think I'm gonna roll up a joint. Do I want the Jiffy cake or the ice cream cake? Though?
There we go. So these are the cars that raced in Chicago, I think, in 2025. Yeah, 2025 Chicago Street Race. So here is the Busch Light Apple of Ross Chastain.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
So, seeing as you're a Chicago native, you get to rank the Chicago cars on a scale of 1 to 10. Just rapid fire these.
I'm gonna give that a solid 9.
Okay. Got the number 2 discount tire of Austin Cindric.
Okay, it's like a 4. Kind of sucks.
Oh no, it's like a 7 for me. I just love the paint scheme. It's simple but effective. Number 3 of Austin Dillon.
That's another like 4. It's a bit too random. There's nothing like really flows that well with it.
The number 4 of Noah Gragson.
Maybe like a 6 out of 10. It's pretty good.
Pretty cool paint scheme. The number 5 Valvoline of Kyle Larson.
Uh,
Surprisingly, not
8.
running a Hendrick Cars car.
I don't know, 8 out of 10.
You give that an 8?
Yeah.
Okay. Number 6
Ooh.
of Brad Keselowski, Blue Buffalo.
I think that was like a 9 out of 10 for me. That's really clean.
That's a not okay. Whatever. Number 7 of Justin
What the
Haley,
fuck, dude?
Gamebridge.
That's like a 3, dude. That's awful.
Yeah, this is an awful paint scheme. The number 8 of Kyle Busch.
Easy 8.5.
All right, I'll give that to you. The number 9 Napa car of Chase Elliott, who actually won in
Oh.
Atlanta last week.
Oh, that's a 10. That's perfect.
Sure. Number 10 Seabest of Ty Dillon.
0. What the fuck?
Bro, I love this. This is so bad right here. This is so cool.
Yeah, bad
This
is
is bad
definitely
in the
how I
best
would
way.
describe it.
No, like bad in a good way. Like, it looks tough. It is a bad car. It's, bad is like a term of endearment. I love this car. The number 11 of Denny Hitler Bin Laden.
It's like a 2 out of 10. Like, so basic.
Saddam Hamlin. The number 12 Menards of Ryan Blaney. I don't know why the blue hood and the blue trim on it. The blue kind of ruins it for me.
I would not have a problem with the blue if the green was Menard's green. The fact that the green is not Menard's green ruins the entire car for me. 0.
I've never been to Menards. Do you like Menards, Tommy Boy?
Oh yeah, we don't have them down here, do we? That's a northern thing. Yeah, I love
Number
Menards.
13 of Will.
Hold on.
Never heard of Will Brown until this past week.
Really quick, I just want to say, Menards, I don't think it's their own brand of soda, but they're the only store I've ever seen it in. Spreckers. Most of their sodas aren't that good. The cream soda and the root beer are the best cream soda and root beer on planet Earth, and you can pretty much only get them at Menards if you don't order them online.
Arx Root Beer's where it's at. Number 13 for Will Brown.
Honestly, I'm gonna give that like I was gonna say like an 8 out of 10. I like it. It's basic, but it's nice.
Next we have the number 16 Celsius for AJ Allmendinger.
I hate that I have to give this a 5 out of 10 because it's not good, it's not bad. It's just okay, but like I love Celsius. It's one of my favorite energy drinks, so having to not rank it, higher.
They could have done a lot more.
Yeah.
The number 17 of Mr. Busher, as us fans call him.
That is, I think that's another 10 out of 10 right there. That is nice.
Is that a 10? It was like an 8 for me personally.
10.
Chase Briscoe.
That's fucking
Some
incredible.
Some of these have had anything to do with Chicago, I think. The number 20 Christopher Bell Craftsman, featuring the artwork of children.
Yeah, pretty cool.
The kid for the Chicago,
maybe like
Chicago
a 9 out
Children's
of 10.
Hospital, I assume.
Like that's pretty nice, honestly.
Hey. Joshy, as us fans call him, of this car.
It's like a 4 out of 10, 3 out of 10 maybe. Like that's so basic.
Yeah. Of Joey Mussolini right here.
One of the best paint schemes to ever be used on any car ever. 9.5 out of 10.
No, this is awful. Because it's Julie Logano. 23 of Bubba Wallace.
Honestly, not bad. Like 7 out of 10.
All right. Number 24 of William Byron.
The more I look at it, there's too much going on here. 4 out of 10.
Okay, I'll give you that. 34 Todd Gilliland Grillo's Hot Pickle Car.
Honestly, that's so funny. I gotta give it like 8. Like it's just a funny car.
The flames, bro. The green like
Yeah.
radiant into flame. It's just I love it so much. The 35 Riley Herbst Lucy. I don't know what breakers are, but looks like
They're
nicotine.
mints.
Contains
Oh
nicotine,
well.
but okay.
Okay. I guess they make a nicotine product now. I just remember, Breaker's mints. But all right. Well, now that I know it's a nicotine product, 0 out of 10. If that was just Breaker's mints, I'd say it's like an 8 out of 10.
All right, we got
Wait,
Zane Smith driving the 38 Vermeer Midwest Ford.
is it not illegal to uh uh put tobacco company logos on your cars?
No, I don't think it is, because I think somebody runs Grizzly paint schemes occasionally, and I know Kyle Busch runs a 3Chi, which is a THC company too, so I think THC is allowed too.
Because I know it's not allowed in Formula One, which is like Marlboro had a whole thing where they kept.
Pussy.
Yeah,
F1 is for pussy.
yeah, but like I just remember like Marlboro had a thing where they like kept making shell companies with really similar logos to the Marlboro logo, so that they could keep sponsoring F1 cars and put the Marlboro logo on it, but have it not technically be a tobacco product, and they got in a lot of trouble over that. I wasn't sure how far that extended into racing, but alright. Anyways, Vermeer Midwest, this looks like something that would be parked in a Kansas airport right in front of the Hertz Rent-A-Car. 3 out of 10.
Okay, fair. We got one of my favorite paint schemes to ever exist ever, Cole Custer driving the number 41 Andes Frozen Custard Ford.
That is at the very least a 9 out of 10. That is one of the most creative paint schemes ever.
And his name was Cole Custer down here, you'll see.
Yeah.
But on the
And he does the custard on the
roof
door.
rail,
Yeah.
Cole Custard. Yeah, he still keeps that up. Number 42, John Hunter Nemechek, $42 Tree Toyota. I don't know why the number border is red,
Dude,
but that kind of ruins it for me.
shout out Dollar Tree, 10 out of 10.
Even though everything is at $1.25 or more now.
Actually, that is a 125 out of 125. Can't go any higher.
Okay, sure. Eric Jones in the Advent Hill.
She looks like ass, dude. 3 out of 10.
I'll give it a 4.3. Tyler Reddick in the 45, the Beast, and Jordan car.
That's just lame, bro. 4.
I'm not sure. Why not? Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 47 rate.
That just sucks
Car.
ass. 0.
All right. 46. I mean the 48 of Alex Bowman.
The Goodyear sticker right above the Goodyear logo on the tire pisses me off. Other than that, it's like a 7 out of 10, but that detail right there takes to a 5 out of 10 for me.
All right. The
10.
Here we go. This is what inspired it. Cody wearing the new Angus cheesesteak car.
10. It's
You
just
get that? Okay.
10 again.
Ty Gibbs is
10,
never gonna.
10.
Ty Gibbs
10,
is never gonna win
10,
a race.
10.
Here's your weekly reminder: Ty Gibbs will never win a race. Ryan Priest in number 60 BuildSubmarines.com car.
I do not trust a website called BuildSubmarines.com to build me a submarine.
I think that's like the company is Build Submarines, and they just have a website, and they're advertising it.
Do they
I
not?
love this car though.
But do they not build submarines?
They build submarines. They do.
Yeah, I would
It's
not.
a submarine company.
I would not
That's
trust
just the
someone
name.
named Build Submarines to build me a submarine.
Okay, what do you rate it?
Just considering there's so much they could have done with that, what would have been a white space if they didn't have the sketchiest submarine builders on planet Earth sponsor their car. 2 out of 10. Plus, you got the Goodyear above the Goodyear again, which is stupid. I know what kind of tires you have, bro. It says,
Every car has that, Tommy boy. You'll
Oh.
notice every single car has that.
well, it's not so obvious on all the
It's
cars.
It's part of the design.
All right, well, I'm
all
gonna stop
the,
picking up on
panels.
that now, cause, damn.
Yeah. Here we go. The '67 Corey Haim of the Robin Hood Toyota.
Remember that one time Robin Hood accidentally exposed a market manipulation happening on Wall Street, and everyone started to combat against it with their own money, resulting in GameStop and AMC stocks going through the roof, most of which were held on Robinhood, and then Robinhood paused all tradings of that stock illegally on their app to stop the stock market from literally crashing because fucking retards on Reddit figured out a problem that wasn't supposed to be happening. And then Gary Gensler, the head of the SEC, changed a bunch of laws and rules around trading so that those companies could continue to get away with borrowing shares that don't exist to cover loans for borrowed shares that don't exist, printing infinite money for the stock market day after day. 0 out of 10. That's what I meant to get at.
Okay. The '71 DePaul University of Michael McDowell.
That's like a solid 7 out of 10. I fuck with that.
I don't know how a college sponsored a professional racing stock car, but the '77 of my favorite driver, Carson Hocevar,
Honestly,
who
that's
wrecked on lap 5.
pretty nice. 7?
This isn't even his best scheme, by the way, but shout out Carson Hocevar. The 80th shame of the winner, Shane Van Gisbergen.
Shane McMahon, got a pretty badass car. That's probably another 7 out of 10, honestly. A little too much weight, but
Alright. And the number 99, this is the last of the Cup Series for Daniel Suarez. I don't know why they're putting a Mexican man in the America car, but
it looks like it has every bit of potential to be good, but everything was put in the wrong place, so it looks bad. 3 out of 10, but it, by all logic, this should be a 7 out of 10 car, and they just fucked it up, and now it's a 3 out of 10.
with that being said, NASCAR, move the numbers back where they belong. I don't know if you're interested in the Xfinity Series and the Truck Series. We can just skip over that if you want, or if you want to rank
I'll leave it
the
up to you.
Xfinity Series and the Truck Series, I'll leave it up to you.
Sure.
You're the one ranking. Alright, so moving on to the Xfinity Series. This is the series directly above what we just... directly below. This is like the development series for the one we just ranked. So Xfinity Series, we have the 00 of Sheldon Creed. This is the Road Ranger Ford.
Shelton Benjamin. Honestly, it's pretty nice, man. That's like an 8 out of 10.
Alright. Here we have the Carson, I think that's Kvapil, Bass Pro number 1.
You were gonna say something about me noticing something, and I cut you off. What was I supposed to notice?
I was about to say you'll notice the body design, right here. This is the Ford right here for the Xfinity Series.
Yeah.
This up here, where's it at? What's the nearest Ford? This right here is a Ford for the Cup Series. So it seems like the body types for the Xfinity Series, for whatever reason, are slightly different.
Yeah.
Like this is a Chevrolet for the Xfinity Series. See, right here, it's lined up with the middle of the rear wheel.
Yeah, and it rakes
here
up
it's
at the
sitting
back.
almost on the ground.
Yeah.
I don't know why the Xfinity Series body type is different. It's just
I can
weird.
actually tell you the main difference you get from having the back raked up versus against the ground.
I know there's a difference. I just don't know why it's different.
That's what I'm about to explain. Okay, so the NASCAR's up there. They go faster, right?
Sure.
So when you're going faster at higher speeds and you need more technical, precise turning, and you got the bumper of the car going flat against the ground with the whole rest of the car, you get basically a vortex of low pressure under your whole car, which sucks it down onto the ground. And then you have the back, come out a long ways and then scoop up so that you get a very gradual draft off and you don't lose any of that suction on the rear end. These cars are relying more on the aerodynamics built on top of the car. So when they have that huge gap behind the wheels and they only have that suction part in the front of the car, it takes some grip off the rear end. And so they can't turn as sharp at higher speeds, and they don't have as drastic of movements they can do at higher speeds, going like left and right horizontally.
Okay. We got the number 2 Jesse Love Watt Chevrolet.
Man, I like that. It's like a 9 out of 10.
All right. We got the
fuck?
Funk Away Beads of Parker Retzloff.
1 out of 10, and why are the tires spinning?
I think this is just meant to show it, like the car's in motion.
Yeah, but it's the only one.
Your guess is as good as mine. The 07. By the way, I hate when cars add a 0 in front of a single digit. It just looks retarded. You know what's weird? There's also a number 7.
Okay.
Like there's an 07 and a 7. Here, guess what? This guy runs full time. I don't think this guy does because I've never seen this before, and I don't even watch Xfinity series. And I know there's no 07 that runs in the Xfinity series. 0 for me just for saying 07 because it looks retarded at a 0 in front of a single digit, especially when there's already a car with that digit running.
I kind of like the
Alex
0,
Lab
honestly,
of the
but I'm going
07.
to say that one's a 5 for me.
You like the 0?
Yeah, it's nice.
I never understood the point of putting a 0 before a single digit. 7 of Justin Allgaier.
Honestly,
Also, and they both drive Chevrolets. What?
just having corn on a car is just hilarious. That's a 10 out of 10.
Well, they're running in Chicago too. So, what's Illinois known for other than
Corn.
Chicago? The 8 of Sammy Smith.
That's pretty nice. I think that's another like 10 out of 10 right there.
A little bland for my liking. Right here though, Shane Van Gisbergen actually won. He actually won the pole and won the race in both the Xfinity and Cup Series. He swept the weekend.
I'm giving that one a
He
9
drove
out
the
of 10
Xfinity
too.
Series. All right. The 10 of Daniel Dye.
Oh, that's like a 2. It's kind of basic.
Right. The 11 of Josh Williams.
What the fuck?
What is a kilometer, Tommy Boy? What is a kilometer?
I guess it's like an 8 out of 10. Like, there's too many sponsors on it, but that picture is amazing.
It looks so weird. The 14 of Connor Mozak.
It's like a 2 out of 10. It's like the most average NASCAR livery I can imagine.
All right. The 16 of Christian Eckes.
I changed my mind. This is the most basic NASCAR livery I can imagine. Also 2 out of 10.
Okay. The 18 of
No.
William Swallow. Yeah.
No, this one's pretty nice. It's,
Oh, well, this is kinda cool.
7 out of 10.
All right. You got the 19 of Jack Perkins.
Well, it's got the Union Jack on it. So it's fucking 0.
I'm pretty sure that's an Aussie flag.
Which features the Union Jack, the worst part of any flag.
Yeah. The 20 Menards of Brandon Jones, also featuring the blue hood, but for some reason, no blue trim.
And no Menards green. Why do you have Menards, but you don't have Menards green?
Hey, there's some green around the...
That's not Menards green.
Yes.
Menards green is dark.
Okay.
Sorry, it bothers me. It's kind of the thing they're known for, is having a bright green store. Or not, dark green store. 2. No, 0. 0. That's a 0. Because it's not even the right green.
The 21 of Austin Hill.
Why the fuck does that look like a Dodge Challenger when it's blue? 8 out of 10.
I give it a 0 out of 10 just because it's Austin Hill. I don't even watch Xfinity, and I hate Austin Hill. 24 of Asgrala.
Stupid name for a stupid rap. 0 out of 10.
Asgrala is just like the race car driver's name. Overplay is the sponsor.
Yeah.
It's just so weird.
25 yeah.
Of Kirsten Burton.
8 out of 10.
This looks like something
Goes
that
hard.
would be in like. This looks like something that would be in like a PS2 2000,
yeah.
like early 2000s, like generic racing game.
Yeah.
Dean Thompson in the 26.
I'm gonna give
Trying
that.
to get some patriotic schemes.
I'm gonna give that a 10 out of 10. I really like that one. And that eagle has autism, but
I just realized there's so many red, white, and blue schemes because this was 4th of July weekend.
Yeah.
When it ran.
This one's kind of basic.
Mayor
This is like a 3 out of 10.
All right. The 44 Toxic Waste of Brendan Poole. I love this car.
Yeah, I'm gonna give that a 10, dude. That's perfect.
I mean, like, if you had a toxic waste, it would feel like it was burning a hole straight through your lip. Man, they're so good. 45 of Brad Perez.
That's pretty nice. I'm gonna give that a 8 out of 10.
Also
our second one with the moving tires, yeah.
The 48 of Nick Sanchez. Baker's Vodka.
You know, I like that. It's got a like an old school vibe to it. I feel like. I'll give that like a 7 out of 10.
All right. 50 of Preston Pardis, also featuring moving tires.
Yeah, 4. It's kind of basic. It's just a couple shapes.
I agree. I don't like it. 51 of Jeremy Clements, Tommy Boy.
I'm again just gonna give that a 4. It's just a bunch of shapes.
All right. 54 of Taylor Gray.
I'm gonna give this one a 5. Like it's not bad, but of all the red, white, and blue American flag ones, it's it's literally just a flag.
Jumping up a bit. Okay, so I don't think we're gonna get the Truck Series in this, because Truck Series didn't run this weekend. I'm stupid. I'm retarded. Truck Series didn't run. You got the 71 of Ryan Ellis.
I don't know. Maybe like a 6 out of 10. It's alright.
Alright. The 88 of Connor Zilich, who, by the way, is younger than I am, and he also ran, and he's ran a few cup races this season, too. He's younger than I am.
I mean, that one of the more creative Red Bull liveries I've seen, honestly. I'm gonna give that a 7 out of 10.
Right. We got the 91 of Josh Blicky.
Who the fuck wants yogurt drinks sponsoring a NASCAR? Fucking 0. No, well, no, it's not that bad. 1 out of 10.
Alright, and the final car, the 99 of Matt DiBenedetto. I think that's how you pronounce that.
DiBenedetto. Oh my god, that's a fucking name.
Yeah. Matt DiBenedetto. The Royal Oak Leprechaun Chevrolet.
Honestly, I really like. Okay, hold on. You see the dark green on there? That's Menards green. Yeah. Fuck. You know what? I gotta give that a 10. It's just a big green car. I like it.
And you scroll down, you just have Richard Petty to smile and greet you. I thought you'd enjoy seeing some of the Chicago schemes, even though none of them look like Chicago at all.
Yeah, that was pretty fun, you gotta say.
I've thought about designing our own, like, stock cars on here before, but I don't know how I go about it. I don't know how you would find a template to design stock cars.
I'm sure it exists out there.
If I can ever figure it out, I will propose that as an idea on an episode where we design our own custom stock cars using whatever sponsor we want.
Yeah.
And just like that, there goes any advertising revenue for future watchers of this episode.
You know, we got a long way to go before we're getting ads.
Yeah. Speaking of, it's been a long time since our last Jeopardy, Tommy Boy.
Has it? Yeah,
it's been
it
about
has.
an hour. It's been about an hour, hour and a half
Yeah,
probably
well,
since
40
I
minutes.
played yours.
Oh, since you played mine, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And since we're already 2.5 hours into this episode probably, or 2 hours in, whatever.
Yeah, 2.5.
We're about halfway through the episode.
Yeah. Alright, that's part 2. And that's the 2 point. Okay. Okay, no, I need to actually have those up. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn my air on to 90 degrees because it's probably 100 in here and I'm actually dying.
Okay. So while Tommy Boy does that, I guess I'll try to entertain you all with something. I don't know. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. But I don't know much about serial killers, but I do know quite a bit about The Office. I watched it back when I was a freshman in high school. Not watched it in full sense, but I watch all the replays on TV. 200, The Office. Koi Pond?
A koi
That was
pond?
something different. He fell into the Koi Pond. That was something different.
Yeah.
What does he jump into?
Yeah, there's an episode where he's going bankrupt. He plans to kill himself. He jumps off the top of the building into what?
Dumpster. Right?
I think you cut out there. I didn't hear your answer.
A dumpster?
Final answer?
Final answer.
It was a bouncy castle.
Oh. Crap. The place of work for 400.
When there's a secret break room made up of a stack of paper boxes, what does Pam ask Michael to get from there?
This is a 400-point question?
This is one of the funniest bits in the entire show.
I don't know. I'm just gonna take the hit. Screw it. I don't know. I don't want to embarrass myself by guessing. What is paper?
It was a coffee. Because Pam says the coffee tastes better from that break room than from the coffee maker in the office.
I'm gonna finish this game with the negatives. Red Dead quote for 2.
Lenny, my boy.
That's good old Arthur Morgan in the bar.
That is.
Lenny. 400. Red Dead.
Half these girls won't even fuck you if you put a gun to their head.
Was Micah?
That is in fact Micah.
Oh, that's such a Micah thing.
Most people might miss this though because it's on a side quest you can do with Micah. In fact, it's the first one you unlock, I believe late in chapter 2 when you go to rob a stagecoach with him.
Oh. We'll go with guess the element for 200.
LR.
LR? Does it at least start with the letter L, or is it another one of these like trick ones?
Honestly, I don't remember what I put for any of these because, again, I made these like a week ago.
I think there's one we call it Laurentium.
It was Laurentium.
No shot!
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Okay. Which serial killer for 4? We'll start off
Okay.
with 400.
This collective of killers had 9 victims.
Who is the Manson family?
Yeah, it was in fact the Mansons.
Shout out Quentin Tarantino for making a movie including some of the Mansons. I think is who were in it.
Well, they weren't in it, but yeah, figuratively.
Yeah. The Office for 6. See if any of these are actually like general knowledge about the Office.
Who is Michael replaced with?
So he's replaces manager by multiple people, but if you're asking for immediately,
Well, no,
the
the main guy that replaces him through the series after he leaves.
I mean, like there's multiple managers after.
Yeah, I know, but most of them
Like, the
circle
one
around really quickly. But there's one that sticks through for the last 2.
Andy.
Yeah. Okay.
Andy. Andrew Bernard. 800, same category.
Who is everyone's favorite beet farmer?
Who is Dwight Schrute?
The one, the only.
I don't see how that's an 800 point question, but okay.
Okay, actually, I can tell you why that ended up in 800, because I had this... I didn't change the scores, it was still 1 through 5. I put all the questions down, and then I went, oh shit, the scores, and I just changed them. I didn't think about what was going where.
Give me a band for The Office.
What ethnicity of person replaces Jim for a day? Or, actually, it might be a couple days.
You're not Jim. Jim's not Asian.
Yeah.
Hey, hats off to you for not saying race. That's my favorite Jim prank in the entire show.
Yeah.
You're not Jim. Jim's not Asian. Seriously? Never. Yeah. I love Randall Park. You know, Randall Park's a great actor.
Mm-hmm.
Which serial killer was it for 200?
This Chicago-based killer has an alleged body count of 33, because that's how many bodies were recovered from his basement.
Was Jeffrey Dahmer?
Jeffrey Dahmer was from Wisconsin, Milwaukee specifically.
Oh, who is who's the other famous one that women always have crushes on?
It's not Ted Bundy.
Oh, I was about to say. Who is the Pogo the Clown, whatever his name was, John Wayne Gacy?
Yes, it was John Wayne Gacy.
Do you know his like Pogo the Clown suits are actually in Pigeon Forge at the Alcatraz Museum?
Yeah.
It's insane to see. Like it's disturbing. It's incredibly disturbing. Like you can stand and look at him and you just feel chills. But Apple fact for 200.
Okay. Where are they? I should say based out of.
They're based in California.
Okay, where in California?
Cupertino, California.
There you go.
It's the only reason anybody knows where Cupertino is.
Yeah, the weather app.
400 of Apple.
How much are they worth?
$2 trillion.
I will let you take another guess.
Okay, higher or lower?
Higher.
$10 trillion.
I will let you take one more guess. It's far lower.
Okay, $6 trillion.
Okay, no, it's 3.1.
It's the first time. I knew it was up in the trillions. Red Dead for 6.
Molly O'Shea? Sweated her a few times, but she never said a word.
Who was John Marston?
Final answer.
Now that you say that, no.
Think about people who talk grammatically properly and sort of matter-of-factly. Just nobody in the gang.
Okay, who is... Crap, I'm trying to think, what was his name? I've not played it since I beat it. I'm trying to think, what was his name? Strauss, who was Strauss?
I said not part of the gang. Strauss was part of the gang. It was Agent Milton.
Oh.
That's... You know when you go to rescue Abigail and you have that sort of standoff of Milton where you're holding a gun and you're like, the rat, it was Molly, right? He goes, and then after this he goes, no.
Oh.
Micah Bell. Yeah.
Guess the element for 4. It's some points.
M-O.
Oh. Okay, let me go through the element song in my head. So there's hydrogen, helium, lithium, balloon, boron. Okay, that's about as far as I know. I don't think any
Cheater.
of them are MO. I know the... Just because I know part of the element song, I'm a cheater.
Yeah.
What is... Man, I don't know. There was Laurentium, so what is Morincium? We'll make up a fake one. Make up a fake one. I'm not getting
molybdenum.
Never heard of that in my life.
It's on the periodic table.
Apple facts for 6.
What do they make?
Electronics. They make...
The same thing, year after year, but it costs more money.
800, same category. We'll try to finish this out.
What phone was Siri introduced on?
What is the iPhone 5?
Final answer.
iPhone 4.
Final answer.
iPhone 3.
Final answer.
iPhone 6.
Final answer.
Okay, that's my final answer. The iPhone 6.
It was the 4S.
Oh my god, I said 4!
Yeah, the 4 came out one year, the 4S came out the next year. It was a new model that included Siri. It's like the SE is technically a 5 with a plastic shell.
You just gave me.
My bad. Yeah, like the first gen SE is technically a 5 made out of plastic, but you wouldn't call it a 5. It's an SE. You know, it's.
All right. Red Dead for 8.
Rip Van Winkle.
Crap. It was Dutch.
It was actually John Marston, aka John Redemption.
Oh.
It's
okay.
in let me think. Chapter 3. Milton and Ross come by, and they're telling the gang to run off to turn in Dutch to get the money, get out with their lives, whatever. They'll give them 3 days head start. And then he points at John. He goes, well, first he starts like naming people in the gang, like pointing at him. Then he looks at John and he goes, I don't think I've seen your face before. What's your name? And John goes, Rip Van Winkle. And Milton goes, very well. Milton died thinking John's name was Rip Van Winkle.
Oh boy. We'll finish off Red Dead for 1,000.
It's John Marston, Micah! I'm coming for you, Micah!
John Marston?
Yeah. Actually, no, it's Rip Van Winkle.
I wonder. Guess the element for 6.
Na.
That's sodium.
That is, in fact, sodium.
I know that one. Which serial killer for 6?
This absolute psycho had a confirmed kill count of 40,018.
40,000?
40,018.
What?
I'll give you a hint. This guy is from the country of Chile.
Oh, is that one dictator dude?
Do you remember his name?
I don't remember his name. I just know he was dictator for a while.
Yeah, I'll give it to you. It's Augusto Pinochet.
Gosh, I didn't know it was that high.
Yeah. That guy was... Like, that's how many he killed.
That's not accounting for, like, the people he commanded other people to kill, right?
Yeah, that's... Well, I guess it technically depends how you look at it, because, like, he did have a lot of people thrown out of helicopters, and he was often not the one that grabbed them and threw them out of the helicopter, but he watched, and that's how a lot of them died. So I guess technically the number would be lower than that, but that's how many he was there for or directly did himself.
800's serial killer.
This aviator wearing heartthrob had an alleged 17 victims.
Oh man, it's either Dahmer or Bundy. Who's Jeffrey Dahmer?
It was in fact Jeffrey Dahmer. Bundy did not wear sunglasses.
Yes, because Bundy was blind, he wore actual glasses. Serial killers finish it off thousands.
This pair of killers took out 17 people in the president's backyard at Washington, D.C.
Oh man, this one I don't know.
I'll give you a hint, they have D.C. in
Bonnie
their name.
And Clyde.
It was not Bonnie and Clyde, they were in the Midwest.
D.C. in their name? Yeah, I'm just going to take the hit because I don't know this one.
It was the D.C. sniper. I put an S because it was actually 2 people.
Alright.
Also, that may come up later, so remember that.
Finish off Guess the Element, 800 first.
SN.
What is,
I'll give you a hint. I take this as a supplement.
Yeah, I don't know.
Taking the hit.
I'm gonna take the hit.
Oh wait, no, sorry, this is wrong. Next one is one I take as supplement. This one is tin. I don't take tin.
Oh.
The next one I do. Which I thought
1000 Guess the Element.
SE. This is the one I take.
Selenium, I don't know.
Yeah, selenium.
No shot.
Yeah.
Alright. Finish off Apple Facts and I gotta take a pee break.
When did it all go bad?
2008 when Obama crashed the stock market. I'm gonna take pee break.
Well, it was Steve Jobs dying, so. Anyways, going into round 2, 3,600 points. I swear I just heard something move in my bathroom, but I ain't gonna go look. Anyways, we'll just wait for our dear Landy to get back. Meanwhile, I'm gonna be dropping weed. I'm gonna be rolling up a little joint in here so I can smoke it after the show. Because I am, at the end of the day, not addicted. I can quit whenever I want. Help me. Help me. I have no control. I can't help it. I'm addicted. No. No, I don't think I am. There's no point in denying it. Okay. Cool. I was just talking to our lovely viewers. So yeah, going into round 2, 3,600 points, Landon. For these topics, you've got childhood cartoons. There are no questions about Ed, Edd, and Eddy on here. Where are they based? You're going to tell me where this... actually, I believe it's companies are based out of. Where were they born? You're going to tell me where these people were born, obviously.
Okay.
Alex Trebek. I wonder what that could be about. And craziest events in U.S. history. These are just absolutely insane things that happened in this country at some point in time.
Herbert Zella for 400.
What?
Herbert Zella for 400. There's an old Family Guy cutaway where it's like Mayor Adam West is on Jeopardy, and on the final Jeopardy answer he writes down who is Herbert Zella, and it's like a joke, like the only way to make Alex Trebek disappear back to where he came from is make him say his name backwards. It was a really stupid joke, but it's hilarious.
Oh,
so who is Herbert Zella?
Okay.
Yeah. So Herbert Zella for 400.
What nationality is he?
He was from the Great White North. He was Canadian.
I don't know if I'd call it great, but yeah, he's Canadian.
Yeah, they're not so great.
What the
White
fuck?
North.
Why did that turn yellow?
I don't know. Herbert Zella for 8.
His real name.
His real name? Alexander?
Alex is his middle name.
And see, I read his autobiography that he wrote shortly before he died.
Hmm.
I just don't remember what his actual first name was.
Okay.
Crap. Is it like a common name?
Um, see, I don't remember what it was, but I don't remember it being like a weird name. Like it's definitely one you've heard before.
William. William.
Oh, George.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I can kind of see that. Where are they based for 800?
Roblox.
No, no. The other coast. I had the feeling it's a coastal state. What is California?
San Mateo, California. Yeah.
All right. I was thinking like Epic Games is based out of North Carolina. We've discovered.
Hmm. Now, you can fact check me on this if you want. I'm pretty sure the guy, or maybe it was two guys who invented Roblox, are from the Netherlands. So I think it might technically be a Dutch game, but they do operate the company out of California.
Where are they born for 12? We'll test the waters here with right in the middle.
Will Ferrell. If you get this wrong, I swear to God.
Will Ferrell was born in California.
Do you got a
I would
specific
assume.
place in California you want to guess? Or...
Los Angeles.
Okay. Wait. Hold on. Why did I put his birthday there? Wait a second.
You.
Landon, I'm gonna take away your viewership of the screen really quick while I double check some answers. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and give you points for that. That should say when were they born. I just realized.
Oh.
Yeah. Also, 16 is still on the board. I just went to check that one to make sure. So you still got when were they born for 16.
Okay. When were they born is what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Oh, hunted. When were they born?
Okay. Willem Dafoe. Honestly, I'm not expecting exact birthdays. As long as you get the year, it's good.
1952.
55. You know what? You gave me a 3-year gap. I'll give you a 3-year gap.
Yay. I give you a 3-year gap on the world leaders, so I get people who are slightly less important.
Yeah.
800. Let's run the category.
Will I am.
1977.
75. You get the points.
Ooh.
Also, I just want to say, you might be picking up a pattern. Willard Carroll Smith II. It's Will Smith.
1978.
68. Bro is old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Ah, that's hot. If you remember, you remember.
Mm-hmm.
If you know, you know. That's hot. If I could control YouTube Rewind, I'd have...
Yeah. So, 2000, same category?
Yeah, same category.
Wilt Chamberlain.
What is 1958?
I'll give you another guess.
1948.
I will
1948.
I will still give you another guess. He was even older than I thought he was.
1938.
It's 36, so yeah.
Okay.
Did you pick up on the pattern throughout this whole category? I just have to ask.
I did not.
Okay. Willem Dafoe. Will I Am. Will Ferrell. Willard Carroll Smith II. Wilt Chamberlain. They're all Wills. Yeah.
Well, Wilt Chamberlain was Wilt. He wasn't Will.
Yeah, you know.
Childhood cartoons for 2000.
Scooby-Doo's full name.
Scoobert Doobert.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It actually is.
You're joking me.
It's actually Scoobert. Yeah.
That's so stupid. Craziest events in U.S. history for 800.
This 1993 incident lasted 51 days and resulted in 86 people, mostly children, being burned to death by the FBI and ATF.
1993 incident. The Oklahoma... No, I don't know. It's not the Oklahoma City bomb. That only lasted a day.
Yeah, and the FBI and ATF didn't do that. So.
Might have been an inside job.
It was the Waco siege against the Branch Davidians.
Oh, never heard of that.
You should really look into it.
Alphabet.
What sport did Alex Trebek make a TV appearance in?
Like playing or just covering?
If I remember right, he played one match of this game.
What is tennis?
Bowling.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, wait. Wrong button.
Yeah. Where are they based for 400?
WCW.
WCW was based in Florida.
It is?
No, Georgia.
Okay. I think you got that. I'll give you points.
Yeah, it was owned by Ted Turner, who also owned CNN. And CNN is famously based in Atlanta.
Oh, I did not know that. Well, fun fact there.
Ted Turner owned the company that owned WCW. Childhood cartoons for 4.
What inspired Pokemon?
Somebody saw bugs in the backyard.
It was the creator's love for just collecting little bugs he found.
I don't know how I remember that. I just have that like deep in the back of my mind. I've not watched Pokemon in 12 years. Where are they based for 2000?
Lockheed Martin. Well, reference to Indiana, not really. In Maryland.
Oh, Maryland.
Yeah, North Bethesda.
That just seems like a company to be based in like the heart of Houston, you know?
I think the point is that it's close to DC.
Okay, fair point. Alex Rebeck for 16.
What Olympic achievement did he do in 1996?
He carried the torch.
He did, in fact, carry the torch.
Oh, man, we love Alex Trebek around here. Where are they based for 12?
Playboy.
Where was the Playboy Mansion at? That's what I gotta think here.
The fact that you have to question that.
Is it California?
Yeah. Yeah, it's... You know, they kind of made a mock of the Playboy Mansion in GTA 5, you know?
Yeah, I was thinking it's either California or New York.
Yeah, it was California.
Okay, craziest events for 12. Let's start knocking some more of these scary ones out.
Like I said, this might come up later. Two brothers in 1990... Oh, wait, no, actually, this is not the one that came up later. Two brothers in 1996 intended to make a stoner utopia in a pro-marijuana protest in Michigan. The FBI burned them to death because of it in 2001.
So what answer are you looking for? People?
Well, the name of the event, as the FBI calls it.
I'm just going to take the hit because I don't know anything about stoner culture other than Cheech and Chong and Harold Kumar.
Well, this has to do with the FBI murdering a bunch of people. It was the Rainbow Farm.
Yeah, again, I don't know. Craziest events for 400.
The FBI harassed his family, and eventually killed them after a forced standoff in their Idaho home in 1992.
I've got enough points. Take the hit.
Okay, it was Ruby Ridge, one of those things that I highly suggest every American citizen read about. Your government did that.
Okay. 1600, same category. Who are the DC snipers?
No. From 2009 to 2011, the ATF and ICE were selling guns directly to the Mexican cartel to, quote-unquote, track them.
So are you looking for, like, the name of the scandal or something?
Specifically for the operation name that the ATF had this labeled as.
Operation Bean Dip. I don't know.
Okay, you got the operation part correct. I want you to try.
Yeah, Operation Bean Dip. Final answer. Final answer. Operation Bean Dip.
Do you want to lose the points that bad, or do you want me to give you a hint? Because
Yeah.
I want to give you the hint.
You can give me a hint, but I probably won't get it.
They named this operation after a series of movies that involve cars.
Operation Fast and Furious?
Yes! It was called Operation... They called it Operation Fast and Furious. They were just selling guns to the cartel. They were not tracking them at all. They were just selling guns.
I know. Strings Events in History 2000. Who are the DC snipers?
Actually, I'm just realizing the DC snipers are on my third Jeopardy for tonight.
Tommy boy.
I said it would come up later. I didn't say which one it would be on. Anyways, an FBI informant murdered a black woman in cold blood and got away with it because he lied and said that she was a heroin addict, even though it was later revealed that he was part of the Ku Klux Klan.
Again, I don't know what answer you're looking for here.
I believe it's the guy's name that did it.
Who is John Smith? Because that's bound to give me...
It was Gary Thomas who murdered Viola Luiso.
Oh. Not cool. Childhood cartoons for 16.
What alteration does Bob the Builder have in Japan?
He speaks Japanese.
Okay, aside from that.
He has, Japanese tools.
I don't think he uses, like, name brand tools. Why
do I know what Bob the Builder does in Japan?
It has to... Okay, something physically changed about Bob between the American release and the Japanese release.
He isn't... He's made... crap. What?
When you hear this, you're not gonna believe how dumb it is.
Did they make him fat or something?
No.
Yeah, that's my final answer.
He has 5 fingers. He has 4 in the American version.
They just made an even bigger animation house, so they had to reanimate every scene to have 5 fingers.
Yeah.
Bob the Builder, can we fix it? Bob the Builder.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. 1600, where are they based?
Our guns.
I've never heard of this in my life. What is Tennessee?
I'll give you a hint. The state has something to do with me. Keep guessing.
What is Illinois?
Yeah, they're made in Carpentersville, Illinois. The only reason I know this is because I used to drive by their factory on the way to work every day.
Oh, wow. Herbert Xilla for 2000.
When did he become a U.S. citizen?
What is 1996?
98. I mean, if we're going with the 3-year rule, you know.
Yeah. Childhood cartoons for 1200.
Who voices the Beast from Beauty and the Beast in the Chinese translation?
Who is Xi Jinping?
No, but you definitely know who this Chinese actor is.
Who is Jackie Chan?
It's Jackie freaking Chan.
God.
And 800, the first official Disney character.
Who is Steamboat Willie?
It is not Steamboat Willie.
Oh, well, Oswald.
Oswald the Lucky Rabbit.
Wow.
Yeah, alright. Finishing off with 11,600 points, Landon. Congratulations.
Would you like to play my second and final Jeopardy of the
Fuck it,
episode?
might as well.
Yeah, we'll do it. Why not? Let me grab screen share here real quick. Hold on, let me close stream, share screen. Bang, bang.
No, let me watch. Okay.
And are you watching now, Tommy
Yeah.
Boy?
Yeah, I'm in.
We have fast food slogans in Spanish. We had the, let me think. We had the pastel decade, the brown decade, the neon decade. Now we have the flannel decade.
Okay.
We have real or fake, UK Prime Minister's edition, racing movie quotes, and just miscellaneous trivia because I needed something to fill out this last category because I made round 1 and round 2 separately.
Okay.
I didn't have any ideas for at the time.
Shit, man. The 90s for 200.
All right. This NBA team dominated the 90s, winning 6 championships all within the decade.
The Bulls?
Yeah, I need the Chicago Bulls.
That's when Jordan was there, so.
With Mikhail Jordan.
Mikhail Jordan. Yeah,
Yeah.
Alright. Fast food slogans in Bean Speak for 200.
All right. Comer fresco.
It's Eat Fresh.
Yeah, it is.
Well, Subway,
So
yeah.
you can either give me the American quote or the restaurant. It's up to you.
Okay. Fast food slogans in Deported for 400.
Okay. Nosotros tenemos la carnes.
Nosotros tenemos las carnes.
Nosotros tenemos las carnes.
Man.
That last word should really give it away. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't. That's the one I'm trying to remember. I'm putting a blank on carnes right now.
Nosotros tenemos las carnes.
Nosotros tenemos las carnes. This is Burger King. Have it your way.
This is actually Arby's. We have the meat.
Yeah. Carnes meat.
Think like carnivore.
Yeah. Alright. Damn. Miscellaneous trivia, 1,000.
All right. This is the current mayor of Chicago.
Is this still Lori Lightfoot?
I'll give you one more guess.
I think J.B. Pritzker is the governor, so it's not him. Lori's the last one I remember, so if it's not Lori, then I actually don't know. So I'll just take the hit.
Brandon Johnson.
Okay, yeah, well, he must have got elected, last year.
I think he was elected within the past couple years. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know Lightfoot was through the pandemic, because I remember seeing pictures of her looking like a fucking cockroach. Pull up a picture of Lori Lightfoot really quick. I just want to show everyone what Lori Lightfoot looks like.
Okay.
I'm not kidding when I say she.
Oh,
I'm not kidding when
wow.
I say she looks like a cockroach.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I just knew she was a lesbian. I could just tell.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Oh man, we really elected that.
Gotta love Chicago.
Yeah. Okay, hey.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lori, if you see
What are you
this,
thinking now?
you were a terrible mayor. 1990s for 400.
All right. This Tarantino film starring John Travolta, Samuel L. Jackson, and Uma Thurman was released in 1994.
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah. You know, this movie's on Tubi, of all streaming places. Like,
Yeah.
I was just scrolling through Tubi last night and I saw Pulp Fiction is on Tubi? The free one?
Yeah. Surprising, right?
Yeah. I need to go back and rewatch that. I've not watched it in years.
It's good. Well, one of my favorite movies. Let's do
Where are we going next?
racing movie quotes for 200 I Am Speed Lightning McQueen.
No.
Oh.
This word became a widespread
Family.
meme online after its use by Vin Diesel. Yeah. Family.
Racing movie quotes 400 I Am Speed Lightning McQueen.
Lightning McQueen is known for this iconic two-syllable made-up word, so lightning is on here. It's just something different.
Ka-chow.
Ciao.
Oh, man.
Out of the negatives.
Yeah. Spanish. Fuck. That's fuck. Fast food slogans in Spanish.
Or 6, I assume.
Yeah.
Alright. Lamer los dedos bueno.
Status. No matter the status buenos. Man. Bueno. Yeah.
Lamer los dedos bueno.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh man. The one time I need to know Spanish, I don't know enough Spanish.
Yeah.
And even the tiny bit of Latin I know is kind of failing me right now.
I do think this is a little bit more of a rough translation, but it is the closest equivalent, if that helps.
Like I just got Taco Bell in my head. Why? Like I don't think it's Taco Bell.
So what is the guess, Tommy boy? It doesn't. It's not like it doesn't look like it'd be that. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, once you understand what the key word here is,
The bueno.
right? Now that should be bu. You know, I'm sorry for all Spanish speakers out there. I know I spelled bueno wrong. It's one letter off. Lamer los dedos bueno. What is your guess for Lamer los dedos bueno?
Oh, finger looking good, KFC.
Finger licking good, KFC indeed.
Yeah.
It actually roughly translates to like lick your fingers well or something, or lick your fingers good, but closest thing we have.
Okay. You know what? The British government isn't real anyways. Real or fake for 200? Fake.
Mark Hudson.
That's probably real.
No, that's a singer from Dragon Force.
Oh, okay.
Boy.
Damn. Fuck me, dude.
He's
Miscellaneous
a real person,
trivia,
just wasn't a prime
200.
minister. This is the official name of PlayStation controllers.
That depends which generation you're talking about.
I mean, just like the official term they use
DualShock.
across all of them. They just add a number on there.
Okay, because the PS5 is now DualSense. So.
Yeah. Okay. So through the first 4 generations, they use for all of them.
Yeah. Okay. I'm hitting miscellaneous for 6.
All right. This is how many cowboys were in the showers at Ram Ranch.
What the fuck?
Have you never heard Ram Ranch?
I have. I heard that shit when I was a sophomore in high school. That was like 8 years ago. No, 7 years ago. Actually, almost 8.
Showers at Ram Ranch.
20.
It's close. It was 18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch.
Okay.
18 naked cowboys. I heard that when I was in like 7th or 8th grade.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
God. Racing movie quote, 600.
All right.
Shake and bake, Ricky Bobby.
Talladega Night. Ricky Bobby lives by this 6-word phrase for his entire life and career.
Oh. So it's not shake and bake.
No, it's a 6-word phrase. What he lives by for his entire career.
Wait.
If it helps, it's what his dad tells him before he leaves him again for the second time.
I don't even know this movie that well. 6-word phrase.
It's kind of like transcended the movie. I say it all the time. I mean, I don't know if I've said it on the show very often, but I do say it a lot.
No, that's not it. 6 words. I'm on fire, I'm on fire. I don't know. Ah, yeah, damn it.
If you ain't first, you're last. Or if you're not first, you're last.
Yeah.
Iconic quote. One of the greatest comedy movie quotes ever made. I think there's one more Talladega Nights question on here just because I rewatched it a couple nights ago.
And it's shake and bake, isn't it?
I don't know if it's shake and bake or not. I don't think it is.
Damn. 90s, 600.
Right. The 1990s saw the rise and fall of this subgenre of rock, which saw it start in Seattle.
Punk rock?
And such as grunge.
Oh, well, that's the same thing.
Like Nirvana, Soundgarden, that sort of thing. No, punk and grunge are two totally different things. Punk was more like the 70s and 80s.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, punk is stuff like Ramones, Sex Pistols, that sort of thing.
Sex Pistols. Oh my
grunge is like a lot like heavier, distorted sound, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Punk is more about like speed and like that kind of like higher pitch sound, I think, whenever I think of punk.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess when I think of
my
like...
favorite punk band of all time real quick. Shout out my favorite punk band of all time, Rancid. I love you, Rancid. You're awesome.
Okay.
So, where do you want to go now, Tommy Boy?
I don't know, but for some reason I started thinking about Teenage Dirtbag by Wheatus. Anyways, miscellaneous for 400. Dirtbag baby.
This man has scored the most career points in NBA history. It's not Michael Jordan, I'll tell you that. But who has the most career points in NBA history? It's really obvious.
That dude that dropped 100 points in one game. No, it's either got to be Kobe or LeBron. And considering LeBron has at this point been alive longer, I'm gonna go with LeBron.
Yes, indeed, LeBron James. He passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar last year, or the year before.
I didn't know Kareem was in the lead. That's Shadow Kareem
No,
Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah, Kareem was in the lead from the time he retired in the 70s to the time LeBron passed him a couple years ago. It's an insane record.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Where are we going now?
I haven't really touched the prime ministers yet, not as much as they like to touch the little boys. Let's go for 400.
All right. Shane.
I know that one's real.
Tommy Boy, that's the NASCAR driver from New Zealand that we had discussed earlier. He won the Chicago race.
I remember talking about that name. That's why I'm like, that's a real person. Yeah.
Yeah, Mark Hudson, the singer of Dragon Force, and Shane Van Gisbergen, the NASCAR driver.
Yeah, real people, not prime ministers. Damn it.
You gotta guess if they're a real or fake prime minister.
I know. I'm just hearing their name and I'm like, yeah, it's a real person. Oh, I shouldn't have guessed a prime minister. 90s, 800.
Alright. This show, which was never funny once, debuted in 1994, following 6 adults living in New York City.
Friends.
Friends has never once made me laugh, ever. In my 20 years on this planet, I've never once laughed at anything that happened in the show Friends.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, she's the hot one. Oh, she's the dumb musician. Oh, she's the one who's kind of hot, but not as hot as Jennifer Aniston. And on the guy's side, it's like, oh, he's the dumb one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's the cool one. Oh, he's the one who's slightly less cool.
Yeah.
It's not funny.
Yeah.
Friends is not funny.
And one thing I noticed is, like, at least once per episode, Matt LeBlanc, I forget what his character's name is.
I think he's Joey.
Yeah, Joey. Is about to get romantic with a woman. And then someone knocks on the door and he's like, ah, oh, dang it, and then he has to go answer the door. That's maybe funny once.
Anti shout out Friends, bro. I've
Yeah.
never once I might have maybe once like let a little bit of air out of my nostrils. But even then, I've never laughed at Friends.
Yeah, it's just not that good.
I might have given a little. I might have given like one of those before, where it's like, you know, like I exhale a little bit of air, but I've never once actually laughed or cracked a smile at Friends.
Spanish slogans in fast food for 800.
All right, hazla a tu manera.
Hazla a tu manera.
Hazla a
Trying
tu
to think.
manera.
Manera. Is this Panera
You
bread?
paid. No, this is
Oh.
Burger King. Have it your way.
Oh, damn it.
Tu is like you or your
Yeah.
Spanish.
Damn.
You
Alright.
got quite a bit of wiggle room here to dig your way back out and get some points built up, though.
Real or fake UK minister 600 fake. It's a real person. Just
Ramsey McDonald.
don't make me do this. That sounds British as fuck. I don't think you would trick me 3
Real
times
fake,
in a
though.
row. It's real.
Yeah, it's real. I'm not that mean.
Okay. Miscellaneous trivia. Finish it off.
Chris Pratt plays this character, the protagonist of the Lego Movie.
Oh my god. When did that shit
Did
come
you
out?
watch
Like
the Lego movie?
2014?
Yeah, 2014.
Holy
I loved it whenever
fuck.
I was like 9 years old. I
Dude.
loved it.
I had the Lego Movie video game on my Xbox One.
Everything is awesome. Everything is cool when you're part of the team.
That's the thing, though. I
Everything
don't
is
like.
awesome.
Other than that song and
our
that scene where
dream.
they're on the pirate ship, because I was blown away by the stop motion of the waves. Like, I don't remember anything about that movie, so I'm just gonna say
Remember
Gorgon the Galacton
Double
Destroyer. I don't know.
the double-decker couch.
Okay, yeah. Those-
But it is actually Emmett. Still, you still got quite a bit of working room here.
Yeah. Racing movie
Realistically,
quotes,
you could
800, Ejecto Cedo Cuz, Fast and Furious 2?
Now, during the family prayer, Ricky Bobby thanks KFC, Domino's, Taco Bell, and this famous sports drink.
Big Red. No.
Big Red is bubblegum.
Well, Big Red is actually a drink, but they named bubblegum after it in a show. Mountain Dew.
Sports drink, Tommy boy. I'll give you
Oh.
one more guess.
Gatorade.
Actually, Powerade.
Fuck.
And due to a binding endorsement deal that stipulates I mention Powerade at every family prayer, I just want to say we're looking forward to the release of Powerade's new Mystic Mountain Blueberry. And it's very good and it cools you off on a hot summer day, or however the quote goes. That's how he ends the family prayer.
Racing movie quotes, 1,000, Ejecto Cedo Cuz, Fast and Furious,
It's not
Too Fast, Too
Ejecto
Furious.
Cuz. From Days of Thunder, finish the quote. No, he didn't slam you, he didn't bump you, he didn't nudge you. What comes next?
He didn't even touch you.
I'll give you one more guess. It's what he did do is what he comes up with next. He's like, he didn't slam you, he didn't bump you, he didn't nudge you. He
Spun ya.
rubbed you.
Oh,
And rubbing, son, is racing.
okay.
You got to get all these right to even finish. Not finish, but even go into the next round with positives.
Fuck me, dude. Alright. Real or fake, 800.
In our law.
It just seems like such a British humor thing to do to elect a guy named Boner into office. That has to be real.
He's real. Boner law is real.
I just imagine a bunch of, drunk British people sitting around in a bar eating beans on toast going, "Oi, bruv, I'm voting for boner law." And everyone, "Oh yeah, that's funny, I'm voting for boner law too." Yeah, you know what kind of law? I want to live under? Boner law.
Oh, what's next, Tommy boy?
Real or fake for 1,000?
All right. Benjamin Satterley.
I'm gonna go fake.
That's fake. That's he may be British, but that's Pac's real name.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Pac's real name is Benjamin Satterley.
That's not what I thought he'd be named.
All right, where are we going now?
The 90s? It's probably the only one I got a chance in.
All right. This man was president when the 1990s began.
Well, let me think. We had Bush up until 2004.
Followed, yeah.
So it would have been
who immediately followed Reagan?
Bush in... We had Bush in 96. Clinton.
George H.W. Bush.
Okay.
Bush Sr. And closing off, La Calidad es nuestra receta.
Wendy's?
1 second. It's I
said Wendy. Okay.
Yeah, I forgot that I put Wendy's in there. But yeah, it's Wendy's Quality's Our Recipe. I don't know how you figured that out.
It was the receta.
Quality's Our Recipe, Receta. So you're walking into the next round with 1,400 below. But you have a good chance to come back with world currency. What sport are they in the Hall of Fame for? Unqualified show, funny moments. What state is that racetrack in? And the not-so-great state of Indiana.
I just have to ask, anywhere in what state is that track in? Do you have Laguna Seca because it's California?
I do not have Laguna Seca, no. I have mainly tracks that are on the NASCAR Cup schedule.
Okay, so ones that I'm
I think
not
they're
really...
all on the NASCAR Cup.
Do you have Road America on there? Do you have Road America?
I don't think I do, Tommy.
Do you have Road Atlanta?
I don't think... No.
Well, no, that'd be... Yeah. That's in the name. Okay. World currency, 400.
Alright, so I'm going to give you the currency, I think, and you tell me... Yeah, I think I give you the country, you tell me the currency, actually. South Korea.
Dong. No, that's Vietnam. That's Vietnam. Oh, what are they
you
using?
watch Squid Game, they say this a lot.
I didn't watch a single second of Squid Game.
I finished it, it's fantastic.
It's not Dong.
It's close to that, though, I'll give you that. It's close to that.
Is it Wong?
I'll give it to you, it's won.
Ah, yeah, okay. What sport are they in the Hall of Fame for 2000?
Alright, Tony
Baseball.
Gonzalez. It's actually NFL,
Damn.
the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He's a tight end. I knew you'd get overconfident. I had to pick a Hispanic name, because boy, them Hispanics love some baseball.
Yeah,
as I said in my expose point.
They do. They love baseball. You go to a White Sox show, it's all Mexicans.
You know, as the great Will Ferrell said, there's nothing like going to the ballpark, eating a hot dog, and watching 9 dudes from the Dominican Republic make magic on the field.
Yeah.
The greatest point of all time.
World currency, 800.
Alright. Japan.
Oh, I'm pretty sure. Is that, or is that China?
It's another three,
no, it's the yen. It's the
three-letter
yen.
one. Yeah, it's the yen.
I was wondering if that was China or not. but no, Chinese is something else. Alright. Unqualified show, funny moments, 2000.
All right. When attempting our first prank calls, Landy Boy gave the automated answering machine this fake name. This is one of my favorite moments.
Oh man, I don't even.
We were calling the McDonald's or KFC or something over in Australia. It had an automated answer machine. It's like, please provide your name to be added to the call list or something. I don't know. What fake name? It's okay. It's the name of a real life person, but what name did I give to the answer machine?
I just gotta imagine it's Kaylee.
No, it is Joseph Robert.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know if you. I figured you remember that.
I remembered the prank calls. I didn't remember you naming the robot though.
No, I didn't name the robot. I told the robot what my name was. The automated answer machine asked me what my name was.
Okay. You know what? That's double my fault, because not only did I mishear you say the question, I misread it when I reread it myself, and then I misanswered. Yeah. Okay. I was like, I don't think he. Yeah, I was like, I don't think he called the machine anything. But yeah,
no,
you told it. Yeah, you told it your name was Joe Biden. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And I gave the automated answer machine this fake name when it asked for it. I should have been more specific and said when it asked for the name. That's on me.
No, that's definitely on me, because then you said that and it totally made sense what you meant. I mistook that.
Joseph Robinette Biden Jr.
Okay, yeah. What state is that tracking for 4? Indiana. It's Indianapolis.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Circuit of the Americas. Otherwise known as Coda.
Oh God. Circuit of the Americas. I swear I've played this track on Forza too. I should know where it's at. Oh God. Is it one of the Carolinas? Is it North Carolina?
Final answer?
South Carolina.
Final answer?
Yeah.
That's your final answer.
It is.
In Texas.
Oh. Dang. Alright. Same category, 800.
Alright. North Wilkesboro Speedway.
Wilkesboro.
North Wilkesboro Speedway.
Sounds like a northwestern name. Oregon.
North Carolina.
Holy fuck.
I was hoping the North would help you out there.
Yeah. North, not North.
You can still come back. You can still come back.
There is enough points on the board for that. I'm not going to get them. World currency for 12. Thailand, the bot. Oh.
India.
Rupee.
Yeah, the worst currency in the world, the rupee.
No, what's the, oh God.
Oh, no,
the Afghanistan?
Mozambique? I was going to say, I think No,
Zimbabwe. At one point,
Zimbabwe.
They don't have that currency anymore, though. But at one point, they did have $1 trillion bills in Zimbabwe.
Huh.
And
that wasn't enough to buy. That wasn't even enough for a loaf of bread.
Yeah, like if you wanted to stop somewhere and buy a sandwich, it was like $300 trillion. But I think currently the worst currency in the world is like Afghanistan or Iraq or something, and their money, it's like 600 of their dollars is one of ours or something like that. So it's a ridiculous conversion rate.
That's an awful conversion rate. Where do you want to go now, Tommy boy?
Unqualified show, funny moments for 400. We'll try and get some points.
All right. This full-length episode was posted to our side channel. No sub unqualified moments, by the way.
That do you want the episode number? Because
Look,
I know it's Oops
uh,
All Landy, but I think that might have. Yeah, I think that
yeah,
was supposed to be like
it's all Landy.
35, maybe.
Oops, all Landy though is what I was looking for.
Yeah. Uh, all right. Unqualified show funny moments for 800.
All right. In episode 33, Tommy told the story of a coworker receiving what from someone in rides. Your storytelling here was peak. This was like a great like storytelling. You
Got something from someone in rides?
Yeah, somebody in games we're working with that day was gifted something from somebody in rides.
I feel like this happened earlier in the season than when we would have recorded 33, but I remember Lindsay getting flowers from a guy that worked in rides. Okay.
That's flowers. I was like skimming through a couple episodes, just like stopping at random points, trying to find some moments to fill up the category. And I found your absolute like gem of an underrated storytelling from there. The way
What?
you told the story.
What was so good about it?
It's just that some people are just good at storytelling. You're one of those people.
I'll have to take
I
your
can't
word for
explain
it. Okay. Sure.
Where to now?
I'm just trying to think of
Where
what
to now?
like I'm trying to think of what I would have said in that moment other than calling out the fact that she has cerebral
Just
palsy.
where are we going?
What state is that track in for 1200?
Echo Park Speedway,
So Chicago?
and you can tell. Georgia, but technically it's retarded and necessary sponsorship for a track, which is arguably a top 5, maybe even top 3 in all NASCAR, because the entire organization is greedy and will lose all the joy out of every race, broadcast car, speedway, and everything else that makes this sport so special. So, while this retarded name is now the official and legal name of the track, us fans will continue to call it what it really is, Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they changed their name. So,
Now they changed to Echo Park Speedway.
is that like recent?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they ran the second race of the season back in February. I think it might have been February or March. It was still called Atlanta. When they returned 2 weeks ago, it was then called Echo Park Speedway. It's so stupid.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty dumb. Um, Hall of Fame 400 wrestling. Oh,
Nolan Ryan.
sounds white as hell. It's got to be hockey.
Actually, baseball.
Motherfucker, dude. You're screwing me on these.
I pulled the old switcheroo on you.
Yeah, you got a Spanish football player, a white. Yeah.
Baseball player, yeah.
Fuck. I'm leaving
old
Indiana
switcheroo.
there because I feel like I'm gonna get a bunch of points off of that.
It just says the
Unqualified
not
show.
so great state of Indiana. That's not about Indiana. It's about the actual state of Indiana.
I know. I feel like I'm gonna get a lot of.
related to Indiana.
And I feel like I'm gonna get a lot of points out of that. Unqualified
Alright,
moments for
whatever you
12.
In episode 40, Tommy Boy turns into this wrestler.
That would be Mankind, the first mask I got.
Yeah. Mankind, you turn into Mankind.
Isn't that what I titled the episode?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was good. Oh man. I'm just looking at what state is that in and what sport are they in, and I'm just like, I'm losing so many points. I'm gonna lose all of those. World currency. We'll try and get something out of that. 16.
All right. Argentina.
Ooh. Like, is it racist to say the peso?
It's not
Okay.
racist.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
I had to give you at least one. I had to give you at least one peso.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know if all the Spanish countries use it, but it seems fitting. All right. What state is that in? 16.
All right. Pocono Raceway.
Pocono?
Also known as the Tricky Triangle. It's the only
Oh!
three-turn technically.
It's a really tiny triangle, right? And one of the corners is sort of like off camber.
It's actually a pretty big triangle. Hold on.
Okay, then I'm definitely thinking of a different triangle racetrack, and I'm not going to give the answer I had for that one.
Pocono Raceway is a 2.5-mile track.
Okay, the one I'm thinking of is like a half mile.
Okay, Pocono is they call it a triangle. Some people say it has 5 turns. NASCAR describes it officially as having 3. But it has 1 turn stolen from like. Hold on. I can actually tell you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can I just like
So,
see the layout? Because I'm just confused now.
Yeah. Let me make sure it's not saying what the state it's in. So this is how the track is laid out.
How is that a 5-turn?
Some people say like, oh, this is, and some people say this is turn 1, this is turn 2, this is turn 3, this is turn 4, and then this turn. I don't know how. Hold on.
Huh. Okay.
Pocono.
I'm not looking.
5 turn.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Here's how some people lay it out. Here's how some people say it's a 5-turn. Based off of Trenton Speedway, 1 turn off of 2 turns based off Trenton, 1 turn based off Indianapolis, and 2 turns off Milwaukee Mile. Is what some people say.
You gotta be a fucking retard to think like that, though. The
Well,
entrance
you
and
gotta think,
exit
Bristol,
of no, hold on. The entrance and exit of the same corner are not 2 different corners.
Well, you gotta think. Bristol, despite being extremely short, still marketed as a 4-turn track. When, if you think about it, Bristol's technically only a 2-turn track because of how short the turns are.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point.
If you think, same thing with Martinsville.
Okay,
But which state is Pocono?
that just strikes me as like Georgia, but we already had Georgia, so it's not gonna be that because you had Atlanta, which makes me think.
I can give you a hint. It's in the eastern United States. I'll tell you
Okay,
that
that's good.
much.
I
It
was
is in
going
the
west.
eastern United States.
Okay. Alabama.
Pocono Raceway. Pocono was actually in Pennsylvania.
Wow. Honestly, I didn't think they did racing in Pennsylvania. Just, it's one of those states that you kind of forget exists. You know, like what do they do in Pennsylvania? Drugs, paper.
Yeah.
I think that's where the office is based out of. Anyways, we'll go. What sport are they in the Hall of Lame for 800?
All right, Dominique Wilkins.
Okay, well he's black, so it's basketball.
Yeah, the NBA.
Yeah, ninjas
I
bouncing
could have thrown
around.
you a curveball. I could have just thrown you a curveball again and given you like one of the widest names in the NBA Hall of Fame, like Bob Cousy or something. But
I don't know if there's any black people in the NHL Hall of Fame, but that would have been the ultimate curveball. Throw me a black hockey player.
I should have done that, honestly.
Let's finish off on qualified moments.
All right. Which celebrity was Landy Boy referring to? This is slightly paraphrased, of course, because I think I said her name. I would get down on one knee and move away. Move far away and drop work and the show if she would just give me one shot. And for reference, it's not Dua Lipa or Megan Bain.
Yeah, I was gonna guess dual IPA.
It's not Dual IPA or Megasis.
Alright.
But when I said I would get down on one knee and move away, move far away and drop work and the show if she would just give me one shot. Which celebrity was I referring to?
Could be Gabby Rourke. Could be who's that other wrestler chick you were into before Megan?
It's not a wrestler, I'll tell you that much as well.
Okay. Man. would you have said that about?
Who indeed would I have said that about?
Who's that one woman that we agreed was like one of the hottest women of all time, irrefutably?
I don't think this is one of your celebrity crushes. I'll tell you that much as well.
No, we agreed on this one woman being perhaps the most attractive woman of all time.
It's not Jessica Alba.
Okay.
It's not Jessica Alba.
Okay. That's who I was trying to figure out.
But Jessica Alba might be a top 3 most attractive woman to ever live.
Yeah, I gotta go with Gabby Rourke. I can't think of anyone even gooning over.
Emma Myers.
Oh,
Episode
okay.
46, hour 42 minutes in.
Okay.
I said I would drop everything if Emma Myers would give me one shot. By the way, Emma Myers, if you're seeing this and you're interested, the offer's still on the table. I will drop school. I will drop the Unqualified show. I will drop everything if you just give me one shot. Emma Myers, I love you, Emma Myers.
Jamie Hayter, if you're seeing this...
In the least risky way possible, I mean it.
Jamie Hayter, if you're seeing this, I will drop everything but this show and FWC to be with you. Sorry, but the boys come first.
Yeah.
Still
come back.
Yeah, World Currency 2000. Is Thailand is the bot?
All right.
Oh.
Namibia.
I don't know, fucking
Namibia.
cow dung. I'm gonna use a skip.
Okay, you're gonna use your first skip, but it was their own dollar, their own version of the dollar.
It's just called the dollar.
Yeah, they had the Namibian dollar.
Okay.
I don't know what the conversion rate is for U.S. dollars, but I don't think it's the same at all.
You know what? I'm gonna look that up. I'm curious.
I'm curious as well.
Namibia dollar to USD. Okay. They're worth 5 cents.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Okay.
That's awful.
Yeah. Sorry, Namibia. Let's just finish off the state that track is in, because...
Alright. Darlington Raceway.
Skip.
You use a skip?
But before you... okay, I was going to say, before you show me, I want to guess. I was going to say Texas. I was going to be wrong anyways.
Oh. Yeah, because we already used Texas.
Yeah, we did. Alright. Break into Indiana, 400.
Alright. This company, founded in 1957 in Indiana, has created racing tires for series such as IHRA, NHRA, ARCA, IMCA, and even NASCAR.
Hoosier.
Indeed, Hoosier.
Alright, Indiana for 800.
I have a Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's like a late model. You know what the late models are, right? Like I guess a series of racing. Body style.
Vaguely, I mean,
anyway,
yeah.
Yeah, it's like kind of independent racing. Anyway, I have a Dale Earnhardt Jr. Sundrop late model, like little diecast. It's got the Hoosier tires on it and everything.
Nice.
Where are we going now?
800, Indiana.
All right. This is the mascot of the University of Indiana, like the team name.
Is it the Hoosier? Is he a tire?
The Hoosiers.
Okay. I was gonna say they don't have much else to identify with in that state.
Right. Yeah.
It's literally called the Hoosier State. So someone made a semi-successful tire brand, and the whole state was named after it.
It's basketball, and for a couple weeks a year, auto racing.
Yeah. Yeah, there ain't shit in
That's all
Indiana.
they got going for them.
Holly Gay 1200.
All right, Mario Lemieux.
Oh motherfucker, I know this name. What did he play?
What did he play?
I just want to ask, are there any wrestlers on here?
I don't think there are.
Okay. Man. Yeah, actually, if you said yes, that would mean the next one's wrestling, so we only got one left. Um, I don't think this guy's a wrestler. Mario Lemieux. What would a
Mario
Lemieux
Lemieux.
be playing?
Well, what country does Lemieux sound like?
French or Italian.
Okay, so think of a sport that might have a lot of French-speaking people.
Soccer or
Final answer?
cricket
Final answer?
or I'm just spitballing right now. Soccer, cricket. What else do a lot of Eurotards play? I think that's literally all they play, except for like croquet and like
What is
what's that shit you
what's
play
the
on a
final
horse? Polo?
Makashi?
I don't think there's a polo Hall of Fame.
I don't think there is either.
It'd be a lame Hall of Fame to be in. Uh,
Yeah. Where are we going?
Hockey, NHL.
It isn't he the Hockey Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Pretty sure he's Canadian. It's trying to
Yeah.
throw for a loop with the French Canadian thing.
That was where I got at the end. I went, oh wait, French, Canadian, hockey. All right.
All right.
Oh,
Who's
thank
left?
God I got that. Indiana, 12.
All right. As Paul Clark clearly knows, this is the nickname of the state.
The Hoosier State.
Yeah, the Hoosier State. You're back out of the negatives.
Did you notice I changed the intro? You're looking at it, aren't you?
I'll go back and look at it after because I already have the Jeopardy tab pulled up. So after I'm done like filling in your final score in the Jeopardy, I'll go through and
Okay.
change it because I have a doc. I have docs open. I know I can open it again. I just don't feel like it right now.
Okay.
I'm in host mode. Where are we going?
Yeah, I changed like 2 words in the intro.
Okay.
We'll finish off Hall of Fame.
All right. Bobby Isaac.
Bobby Lashley. No, Bobby Isaac. Bobby could be black or white. Isaac is white. So, if we're going with 2 alike things, that means he's white. So it's not basketball. Unless he's a black dude with a white name and it is basketball.
It's a sport that's not been used yet. So it's none of it's not baseball, football,
Basketball or
hockey.
hockey.
Yeah, it's not basketball, football, baseball, or hockey.
Okay, so it's got to be soccer.
Actually, NASCAR. He's in the NASCAR Hall of Fame.
Okay, I was just... Yeah. We had 4 ball sport. I was just thinking 5th. What's the other ball sport we play? I guess hockey's not actually a ball sport, but... 16.
It's a stick sport.
Yeah.
It is a stick or ball sport. In the world of Indiana, we will create this fictional bail bond company.
Who's your daddy bail bonds?
Yeah, who's your daddy bail bonds? And the last clue. This 1986 movie stars Gene Hackman and follows a high school basketball coach.
Oh. What's the name of it? I always forget the specific name of it, but it's either like white guys can't dunk or white men can't dunk. Something about white people can't dunk.
That's not about a high school basketball coach. I can tell you. I've never seen White Men Can't Jump.
Can't jump.
I
That's
know
it.
that's a different movie entirely. Yeah.
Oh yeah, isn't that about Larry Bird or something?
I don't know. I think that's about. I think it's just. I just know it has Woody Harrelson in it.
Okay.
But this 1986 movie stars Gene Hackman and follows a high school basketball coach.
The worst part is
Obviously
I feel like
takes
I've
place
seen
in
this
Indiana.
movie.
It obviously takes place in Indiana.
Well, alright, Jordan got his... No, it wouldn't be Jordan. I was thinking, I was like, well, he got his shoe deal with Nike in '85, but then that would have meant the Jordan 2 was out at this point. And when he was doing Space Jam, I think he was wearing like 9s or 10s.
Space Jam was more the 90s.
Yeah. I'm just gonna use my last skip.
Hoosiers.
Fuck
boy,
off.
if you'll notice.
Hoosier.
Tigers.
Yeah.
Hoosiers is the mascot. The Hoosier State.
And like I
Who's your daddy,
said,
Bill Bond?
like I said about halfway through, they have nothing else to identify with in that state. How did I not get that? You know what? You didn't get that my pattern was William, so you know.
I figured you would have picked up after the second or third time. I was trying to send a message about Hoosier.
I figured you would have picked up on the Wills, but you know, we all got our issues.
But you finished with 600 points.
Pathetic. At least
nice
I'm not negative.
Triple digit. I mean, your total for the day is negative 5,200.
You know.
All things said.
Yeah.
Okay, let's. I don't know what the Hoosier State's official name is, but I have my own name. My own name for it.
Yeah, you kept wanting to call it the Hoosier State, and I didn't. And then I was like, you know what? We're just not going to call it Indiana. We're going to call it the Hoosier State.
He literally says the name of the state. Or the nickname of the state.
Yeah, so now instead of saying he doesn't know it's called the Hoosier State, even though he clearly does, he's saying he doesn't know it's called Indiana when he clearly does.
I don't know what the Hoosier State's official nickname is.
I figured doing it this way. I figured writing it that way was a little more akin to the way you wanted it than the way I wanted it, but it was a nice, even ground.
I mean, it could be funny if it's delivered right.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Is like it's purposely not a perfect line, but if you deliver it right, it'll sound okay, funny-ish. Not every line has to be absolute comedic geniusness, you know. Like if you picked apart My Name Is Earl line by line, almost nothing in that show really means anything, but you put it all together and it makes a funny TV show.
All right. Man, we've been recording for like 4 hours at this point.
If I can find a place to set my joint down. Here we go. Alright. I can check. Yeah, 4 hours on the dot, actually. That's crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it's 4 hours.
I don't have anything else really I want to talk about.
I still have a ton of stuff in my show notes. I haven't even opened my show notes yet, and I have an entire note for this episode. And I have another Jeopardy.
Okay, so I'm going to go take my second unqualified pee break. You figure out what you're going to be talking about next.
I'm actually going to turn my air on, so I'll be right back. You guys can still hear me, though. It's just... Oh, shit, I'm caught. Okay, there we go. Yeah. It's just unbearably hot in here, so... I had to kick that on for a bit. It's gonna ruin the audio. Who cares? You're 4 hours into this, you can deal with it. I just realized I only took one dab in this episode. What the fuck have I been doing, dude? I'm not high enough. I'm just doing a little check. Yeah, everything's clear. Alright. That's what I do when there's blacks in my yard. Anyways, speaking of blacks. Oh, should I put the Mankind mask on before Landy gets back? I mean... Yeah, you know what? Never mind. Actually... Yeah, you know, I'm not gonna do it. It's way too hot in here. I'm gonna get sweaty immediately and take these things off after about 30 seconds, so... Oh shit, dropped my headphones, just got them back. You guys know that I own a pair of handcuffs? You probably did if you've seen them hanging back here for the last, I don't know, 4 episodes? Yeah, we'll pretend that's the right number. What do we got? Okay. Man! We got so much stuff we didn't do in this episode. Holy shit.
What?
Oh, I'm looking at my show notes. There's at least 10 things in here we're not going to have time to do.
Oh, Lord.
So you know what? Episode 51 is going to be a banger. Like Red Dead Guesser, GTA Guesser, Geo Guesser, chess. Hitting this special Benjamin I got off camera. Yeah. I was thinking, alright, we only got an hour left, so should we just roll straight into my last Jeopardy? And then figure it out from there?
Are we really going the full 5 hours?
We got more than enough content for it, might as well.
God almighty. Alright, screw it, let's go to Last Jeopardy.
Alright. And from the Alex Backstage, Sony Picture Studios, is Jeopardy. Here we got Landy Boy, his something day, something or other, something. And we got the DC Sniper, told you that would come up again later. The Presidential Assassinations, Israel or Palestine, Unqualified Moments, and Vine Quotes. Where are we starting, Landy?
Oh boy, I'm sure that middle category won't be anti-Semitic at all.
No.
Vine Quotes for 200.
A potato.
Flew around my room before you came. Excuse the mess it made.
Yep. You got it.
Alright, keep Vine Quotes going while I try to fix these blinds that just fell.
I am the...
What?
I'm trying to remember what I put here, actually.
I don't know what it would be.
I know I'm gonna know it as soon as I see it. I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, that one.
I'm just gonna take the hit.
Oh yeah, Ultimate. I am the one, don't weigh a ton, don't need a gun to... Yeah, because I was in like every bottle flip Vine.
I think these blinds are just gonna have to stay down. I can't get them to go back up.
Okay. So I'm sitting there.
Sitting there. This one sounds so familiar.
I had you do this the last time I had you guess Vine Quotes, and you didn't know it, but you should know it from that one.
Barbecue sauce on my titties.
I'm sitting there. Barbecue sauce on my titties.
Barbecue sauce on my titties. Oh, that was great. Keep it going.
Okay.
Just run that category.
It's
What? It's like, as much as I've watched Vine back in the day, I should know this.
Yeah.
It's an avocado!
Thanks.
Oh boy.
Classic.
And yeah, finish that off for 1,000.
Okay. Mother trucker, dude.
That hurt like a butt cheek on a stick.
Yeah. Yeah, I quote that one a lot.
And I don't feel like, I don't know how I feel about this middle one, man, 'cause I feel like you and I have different stances on this.
You know what's crazy is I don't even remember what I put in there. It genuinely might be the most anti-Semitic stuff I've ever written, or it might not be at all, and I don't remember.
I just not do the middle one.
If you don't mind, you can do all the other questions. I will go back through that and see if I remember my own answers. That'll be that part.
I'm perfectly fine just avoiding the points from that, because again,
yeah,
from a religious standpoint, Tommy Boy, I think how I would process some of this stuff.
Yeah, you should be on the Palestinian side.
No, why would it be on the side of a country that doesn't even exist? Unqualified moments for 200.
We found the location of what video game?
We found the location of... That's a great question. We found the location of what video game?
This is from the off-camera era. I'll give you that.
The off-camera era is such a fever dream, because that's like hundreds of hours of content to go.
Actually... no, now that I think about it, this might be at the very start of the on-camera era.
GTA 7.
Yeah.
I remember that episode title. Unqualified for 4.
45 episodes ago, you almost found love with this legend of lore.
Shout out KFC Australian girl.
Yes. We miss you, Australian KFC girl.
Please hit us up. 600 unqualified moments.
We're modern day Soldier Boys the way we end every call.
We kiss each other at the end of every call.
Kiss each other through the phone, yeah. Basically. I just want to kiss you through the phone. Through the phone. Yeah.
Oh. Let's go presidential assassinations for 2.
Okay, this one, I give you the date and the place, you tell me who. 1865 Ford Theater.
Oh, I wonder. Who is Abraham Lincoln?
Yep. Good old Honest Abe.
Good, yeah. Let's go 400, same category.
July 2nd, 1881. Who?
I don't think it was Harrison. See, I don't know if I think Harrison either died earlier or he was assassinated.
Okay.
1881? So this is after Lincoln.
Okay, I will say this. There have only been 4 U.S. presidential assassinations, so one of the people on this list is not American. We'll get into that.
Me?
But, yeah, there's only 4 options to pick from, so... you got a 25% chance if you know who the 4 are.
Wait, it was Garfield.
James Garfield.
It's all coming back to me now from history classes. 600 presidential assassinations.
September 6, 1901.
Oh, man, 1901, so... McKinley?
William McKinley.
Hey. I'll keep that category going.
Okay. This should be obvious. November 22nd, 1963.
John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and I absolutely believe there were multiple shooters at the Dallas street that day.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way that a 6.5 Creedmoor bolt-action rifle could be shot 3 times in under a second.
The facts are right there, people.
Not to mention, in the video, you can literally see the driver of the car turn around with a pistol in his hand and blow Kennedy's head off.
1,000 presidential assassinations.
This one was British. August 31st, 1997.
See, I don't know anything about the Brits.
Yeah, so think about one that died in suspicious circumstances around that time.
Oh, Princess Diana.
Yeah.
Even though she really didn't have any political power at all. DC Sniper for 1,000. See what we're working with here. I've got some points to mess with.
What were the ages of the shooters?
Are they the same age or are they 2 different ages?
2 different ages. I'll give you points for either one or both.
27 and 34.
41 and 17.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Never would have guessed that. 200 DC sniper.
When did the shootings occur? If you'll remember our previous question, I told you.
1994.
02.
Oh. Unqualified for 1,000.
The woman who completely changed the direction of our lives.
Jamie freaking Hater.
Genuinely changed the entire course of this show and everything that we have ever shown interest in since.
I mean, I think me taking you to wrestling is what really jump-started
Everything, yeah.
everything, really. Me buying us tickets to AEW changed both of our lives forever.
Yeah. Crazy how that works out.
DC for 6.
What car did they use?
What is a Toyota Corolla?
It was a 1990 Chevy Caprice. It was blue.
Okay, 800 DC sniper.
As previously discussed, they killed 17 people, but how many did they injure?
What is 30?
It was only 10, actually.
Oh. DC for 4.
What gun did they use?
What is a pistol? Because I don't know gun terminology. I'm kidding.
Okay.
What is a again, I still don't know gun terminology, so I'm gonna use my Fortnite knowledge here. What is a bolt action rifle?
You know what? Let's see if that is bolt action.
I've not played Fortnite in about a year, but I know that.
Oh no, it's semi-auto. Oh wait, that's an E2S. They just had a normal XM15. They did not have a... Oh. Yeah, still semi-auto.
Alright.
Oh, yeah, last question.
We'll go unqualified for 8.
Technically. What started the yellow... who started the yellow thumbnails?
Our good old friend, Mr. Caleb.
Yeah, sorry if you're seeing this.
Sorry, Caleb. We still appreciate your time on the show.
Anyways, let's go bottom up like I hope Israel does and see if I can remember these. Oh, that'd be Israel. Alright. 68. It's not 64. 13? 14. Yeah. Oh goodness. 50,000 and something? 84,000. Oh god. That's a big number. 15,000? Yeah, okay. Alright, so going into round 2 with 5,200 points, Landon, how you feeling?
For that last category, Italian boy, not really feeling it.
Well, facts are facts, so... Anyways, we've got who did it first. I'm going to give you some sort of thing, and you got to tell me who the first person to do it was. I believe that's how that's structured. Whose line is it anyways? If you've seen that show, I'm going to give you funny lines. You got to guess who it was from. Famous movie descriptions. I'm going to give you the description of a movie. You tell me what I'm describing. Marvel or DC, I have some really obscure comic book characters. You tell me which one they came from. And I couldn't think of anything to fill out this one, so you have ancient Egyptian trivia.
Alright, we'll go movies for 4.
An ex-cop saves a building full of people from terrorists on Christmas.
What is Die Hard?
That is in fact Die Hard.
800, same category.
Red Dead Redemption, but the main character is a lizard.
What is Rango?
That is in fact Rango.
What a movie. 1200, same category.
8 people are in a cabin talking.
What is The Hateful Eight?
That is in fact the Hateful Eight.
I love Tarantino. I love Tarantino. 16, you know where we're going.
Guys get back tattoos that they can't read and tell each other it's dude and sweet over and over.
Crap, I don't remember this one.
They also find a cult of people wearing bubble wrap suits.
I know it's not Dumb and Dumber. I'm just gonna say Dumb and Dumber so I can give an answer.
It is Dude, Where's My Car?
Not seen that one yet.
You gotta see that. It's
Finish that
classic.
category.
A man has to get another man to a train by 3:10 p.m. to get his bounty.
And I'm gonna take the hit on this one because I don't know it either.
It's 3:10 to Yuma, featuring Christian Bale. Such a fantastic western.
Who did it first for 400?
Who sent the first rocket into space? Russia, America, or Germany?
Russia was the first to space, but America was the first to the moon.
Neither of those were the question.
Russia sent the first rocket, but America was the first to the moon. I'm saying Russia was the first rocket in space.
It was Germany. Russia sent the first telescope into space. Germany sent the first rocket.
Okay. 800, same category.
Who invented Buzkashi? Tajikistan, Turkey, or Afghanistan?
Who is Afghanistan?
It's actually Turkey.
Oh. Shout out Sude.
Yeah, shout out Sude. She's from Turkey. Yeah.
I've not talked to. I only talked to Sude once, and that was like a month before she left. But whose line is it anyway for 800?
Welcome to Hawaii. How did you get here in a car?
Who is Colin?
That was Ryan.
Okay, I forgot about Ryan. 400.
A vasectomy doesn't hurt.
Who is Colin? It's gonna be Colin eventually.
That one's Colin, yeah.
1200 in category.
Do you want to end up like me? A teacher? Strippers make twice as much money.
Crap, now I gotta think of his name. Who is Wayne?
That one was Ryan again.
Gosh. Same category.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, man. That also Colin?
No. I'll give you a hint. This was not one of the people on the stage. This was the other guy.
Drew Carey.
Yeah, this is Drew Carey. He said this a lot.
I love you, Drew Carey. I love Drew Carey. Finish that off. Why not?
Africa is a big country.
Oh, hey.
It's a continent. That's the joke.
I know. Is this Wayne Brady?
It was Drew Carey again.
Ah. See, the repeat threw me off because usually we never use repeat.
I do.
Marvel or DC for 16.
Mad Mod.
DC.
That is in fact DC.
I don't know anything about this. We're going in blind. 400, same category.
Red Dart.
DC.
God, all right.
2 for 2. 2 for 2. Blindly. 2000.
Hell Cow.
Marvel.
Yeah, I misspelled it. Marvel.
3 for 3. 3 for 3. 1200.
Johnny Thunder.
Is that? Is that DC?
There's DC.
Dang.
Living Tribunal.
Stuff.
Last one.
What is Marvel?
God, dude. 5 for 5.
5 for 5 without even knowing. Without even knowing. Who did it first for 2000?
Oh. Where was the first watch made? Switzerland, Germany, or Sweden?
What is Switzerland?
Germany.
I have a feeling these are all going to be Germany, aren't they? 1200.
Germany has been in all three. Where was the first submarine? Where was the first submarine made? Yugoslavia, the Netherlands, or Germany?
What is Germany?
Oh, it was the Netherlands.
Oh, screw you! Ancient Egypt for 4.
Unlikely. Okay. Egyptians made paper with papyrus stalk and heavy rocks in what century?
What is the 3rd century?
It's actually 3100 BC.
Oh, wow. And category, keep going.
How many pyramids are in Egypt?
So this isn't just the main group, and this is like the entirety of the country.
Yeah, not just the ones in what is it, like Cairo or whatever the
Giza.
Giza. Yeah, it's not the Giza ones. Well, including those, it's everyone across all of Egypt.
450.
118, which is way more than I thought there would be.
Ancient Egypt for 12.
It's been, I guess, semi-recently discovered, like 10 years ago, that Egypt had contact with what tribes from, or maybe tribe, from South America?
Sudanese, I don't know.
Sudan is in Africa.
Who are the Mesopotamians?
Mesopotamia is the Middle East, I believe.
I'm
South
playing,
American.
I'm playing. I'm joking, Tommy boy. Who are the Aztecs?
Okay, yeah.
I was just yanking your meat, Tommy boy. I was just yanking your meat.
I wish you were.
1600 ancient Egypt.
How many hieroglyphs were in the Egyptian alphabet?
220.
750 to 800. Oh. It's sort of debatable if some were official or if they were actually just pictures that were drawn next to something. Although, at some point in history, they did get up to, I think it was like 3,000, and then that was about the time the Romans came in, and they were like, yo, your language sucks, bring this back down, and they brought it back down to about 800.
Alright. Ancient Egypt for 2.
What's the name of the famous rounded pyramid?
I'm gonna use my first skip. I just realized I have to have the skill.
It's the Snefrus pyramid, which, let me show you a picture of this thing. Yeah. Oh. Look at that. It's curved. It's kind of like a... Oh. Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you think the pyramids were built, Tommy boy? Let's go down the rabbit hole. How do you think the pyramids were built?
So here's the thing. It's basically confirmed that the pyramids are older than the ancient Egyptians we think of when we say ancient Egyptians. These stones were far too heavy for them to build. There's no records or found equipment that could have feasibly been used to move these. There are some paintings that show giants, which, if you were to assume, average person's like 5 foot tall back then, these people would have been roughly 20, 25 feet tall. So it's possible that maybe there was giants back then, and to them these were just pebbles, and so it was easy for them to move them. Uh, but if you really do think that the pyramids are older than the Egyptians that just happened to stumble across them and settle with them one day, there's no way to tell. Like these things would be so old that we don't know who or what or how they got there. We know that the stone doesn't come from this area. I genuinely don't have a good theory for how these were built because everything about them is just so just impossible for what we know about this area.
How do you think Stonehenge was built?
The original one, I don't know. I can say that the Stonehenge you see if you go there today is not the actual stones of Stonehenge. They put those in like a storage building somewhere, and they're being kept for historical purposes so people don't destroy them. The stones there are fake. The ones that you go and see on the side of the road, those are fake. Those were just made in a factory somewhere.
Alright.
Anyways, where is the diesel engine made? Belgium, Germany, or Britain?
What is Germany?
It was actually Germany. It was Rudolf Diesel. And you're
Thank
walking out
God.
of here with 7,600 points today, Landy boy.
I wish I had a third Jeopardy prepared, Tommy boy, but unfortunately I did not come with one today.
Well, that's okay. I believe you're a bit frozen. We're kind of just staring at the back of your head right now.
Back of my head?
Well, you're looking... Yeah, that way.
That... Anyway, we're at 4.5 hours at this point, right?
Yeah, we're at 4:30.
Lord, this feel like like the last 5-hour episode didn't drag on this long. This feels like a marathon.
I feel like we're breezing through this. This feels.
This feels like a marathon.
I feel like we're at 3 hours right now.
Look at this little tuft of hair I got going on right here. Like this.
I wish I could see it. You're still frozen.
Don't follow me.
Oh,
Let me know when I come back.
Okay, I got some Diddy news to talk about.
I'm not frozen on my end. I'm doing perfectly fine on my end.
Let me try to refresh my end.
Did I refresh? Did I refresh my end? Is what I'm about to say.
Well, now you're just loading in. I don't see you at all.
Don't think I could refresh.
Yeah.
Okay, be back in.
Be back in. Sure. Yeah. Shout out marijuana. This ice cream cake, almost said birthday cake. It's fucking insane. Also, I just want to say, the biggest possible anti-shout out to dry skin, dude. I got these, I don't know what happened up here. Lost some skin flakes. That shit, actually hurts. I don't know what happened there.
I'm back.
I think I actually might know what happened right there. You want to hear about a hilarious bump I took a couple days ago? By that I mean 2 days ago.
Sure.
So I was walking out of here, right? I walked in here to grab something. I was walking out, and the stairs were a bit wet. And right next to the stairs, I've got a table with one of the spoilers off one of my Fieros sitting on it, because I took it off because I was going to repaint it, but I haven't got around to repainting it, so it's still sitting on the table. I go to step out onto the stair. I slip. My spine aligns perfectly with the corner of all 3 stairs. I hit it. Slide down. On my way down, I go to turn left off of the stairs because I just want to hit the ground at this point. You know what's directly to the left of my stairs? That spoiler. You know what I did? Spoiler. Forehead. Spoiler. Flips over on top of me. And I'm just laying there on the gravel with a spoiler on covering my back, and I was going, ugh, I'm an idiot.
Oh.
It didn't hurt though. Like I hit the ground and I was just like, I can't fucking believe that happened. I can't believe, I stood up. I was like waiting for it to hurt. I'm like, well, yeah, I think I could be a wrestler. That was like my first thought is, yeah, I think I could be a wrestler.
Oh man, how did you survive?
Dude, I'm built like a tank.
Ow.
Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. I think I might have got like a micro concussion from that.
Yeah.
I did have like, there's literally like a rectangle right here on my forehead from where it smacked the edge of the spoiler.
Right.
It was fun though. I'd do it again. I'm not going to, but if it ever like happened again, I'd be like, I did it. You know, I just consider this wrestling training, honestly, because it's like, I'm gonna get thrown into a set of stairs at some point. You know, helps to have that knowledge, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, dude, I can't wait to be a wrestler, because like, just the duality of my characters, I feel like is gonna be so amazing. Having Stormbringer is like a powerhouse, doesn't do a lot of high flying stuff. I kind of have it in my head that Stormbringer's going to be scared of heights, and so I'm going to hate doing ladder matches or getting thrown off anything. But then as Lucha Blanco, that's like my whole identity is just being a high flyer and a little bit of like a technician sort of. And you know, so doing crazy high flying stuff is going to be my thing. And the thing is, like in real life, being a gymnast, I love jumping off tall stuff, doing flips, twists, all that sort of stuff. So that like for me to do that as a character, where that's my whole thing, fits me perfectly. But it's just gonna be so funny to have the the real version of me that people actually where they see me and not a character of me is gonna be scared of heights. And I think that's just gonna be such a funny trope to play off of, because like eventually there's gonna be a part where like we're doing what we're calling cash in the safe, our money in the bank ripoff. And I'm going to be up on that ladder reaching for the briefcase. Someone's going to go to tip it. I'm going to look down and go, stop! You know I'm scared of heights. It's in my contract. I can't take bumps like this. Get away from the ladder until I take 3 steps down. Like just yelling something like that, like mid-match. And then they tip it over anyways. And then as Lucha Blanco, I'm up on that 12-foot ladder and I hit a swanton bomb. And, it'll be like a Chad Gable thing where everyone sort of knows it's me, but we're totally playing off like it's not me.
I mean, that's certainly one of the ideas I've ever heard.
Yeah. Hey, I ran it by Sean. It's all good.
I mean, it's definitely an idea.
Yeah. I like it.
It's definitely an idea.
It's going to be a good
I don't know how
one.
you pulled off logistically, but it's definitely an idea.
Well, the idea is, I was talking to Sean about how the scheduling thing works with like how we're gonna do the matches, and because it's probably gonna be like just like 1 or 2 things a week, and like each person would wrestle like once a week. Hopefully, it's like the idea. It's probably not gonna have that big of a roster to start with, just as like an indie promotion. So if I got Stormbringer and Lucha Blanco, then I wrestle twice a week.
I doubt you'd be having 2 matches a week, taking a match from somebody else who is actually a different person.
Well, I mean, not like permanently, but we're gonna be starting off small. So if I can play 2 characters, that kind of helps us out to start with, and then we can, as things get bigger and we actually get people to wrestle with us, and we're not just like calling APW like, please send someone over, we need someone to fill the spot. Yeah, then we can start doing it a bit more logistically, where Stormbringer would be my main thing, but I just bring out Lucha Blanco as like a funny thing for certain types of events and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, I'd be working it out the same way Chad Gable does with El Grande Americano, where he just sort of shows up, does something, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, is that Mark Henry?"
You and I have very different ways of processing and thinking about how wrestling works.
Yeah, that's why you're gonna be a referee.
I mean, I think I have with all due respect, a better grip on reality for how pro wrestling works. You try to think of it too comedically, I feel like.
I'm not thinking about it comedically. I'm thinking about it entertainingly.
Or from like no, you think about it too comedically, or like the generic like outsider point of view.
Nah, I know exactly what I want to do.
Then Sean has it from like the actor's point of view. Then I have it from like the wrestling purist, hardcorest point of view. Where like I think I know how the tropes work, and I know how like flow a story and stuff like that.
Yeah, but we're doing it different.
We have three different mindsets. We have like a triangle of mindsets. Like you know on the bottom we have
me and Sean are on the same board.
We have like me. Well, like like on the bottom corner where you have like my like wrestling hardcore purist view. On the top we have Sean, who's actually been trained to wrestle. And we have you on the other corner, where it's like, this will be funny.
Okay. I know I sent you the picture of when Sean gave me a chop. I didn't tell the story on here yet, though. So,
okay.
so me and Sean, you know, we're at work talking about wrestling, whatever, and we both got off at 9:30 this night, so we're walking up to the host lot. Conveniently, we just happened to park next to each other. You know, so we're just like talking to each other in between our cars. He was talking about Gunther and the chop, and he goes to like mock up a chop on me. I just go, do it, hit me. I was like, what? I'm like, come on, do it, give me a chop. It's like, okay. Cocks his hand back, swings so hard, swings at the speed of light, hits me harder than I've ever been hit by anybody in any fight that I've ever been in. And I just immediately just feel a sting, and I'm just like, yeah, that hurt. Feels good though. I like the tingle. and then I'm looking at him,
show you something.
And he just like puffs up his chest. I go, really? He goes, yeah, you hit me. I went, okay. Just smacked him really hard.
Okay, have you ever heard of the pay-per-view they did about 2018, I think, called Greatest Royal Rumble? It was one of those bullcrap Saudi shows. Not a single fan actually counts that it's happening. When I tell you, every single fan will basically tell you, like, yeah, that show, we don't, like, every wrestling fan pretends this show didn't exist, right? We all, like, swept it under the rug. We said the show didn't exist. Basically what it was, like, this big pay-per-view over in Saudi Arabia back when they first signed the Saudi deal. And it had a 50-man Royal Rumble match, which is really just a big cash grab to get money from the Saudis.
Yeah.
Again, every wrestling fan will tell you this show was not real, this show didn't happen, we forget about this show, we ignore it. But it's famous for one thing. Daniel Bryan entered at number 1, lasted over an hour in the match. And this is his chest after the match.
Oh, God. Oh, yeah.
Here's his chest by entry number 5. Keep in mind, he entered number 1.
Mm-hmm.
This was like about maybe 8 to 10 minutes into the match.
Yeah.
Daniel Bryan is a legend.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, real quick, this is what the winner got: a trophy and a big green WWE belt.
What the fuck? This is the ugliest belt I've ever seen.
Do you want to take a guess how many times this trophy and belt were seen following this pay-per-view?
0.
Again, didn't happen. 0. This belt and trophy were never again mentioned. The storylines in this show didn't mean anything, by the way, so that's why everybody says this show didn't happen.
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer that this show is not part of WWE canon at all. This show was not a part of WWE canon. This show did not happen. This show this pay-per-view just didn't exist.
I mean,
Yeah, it didn't happen. Like, there were no female wrestlers. They're like, look at this. There's a whole, like, there's 4 different paragraphs talking about. I'll pull a paragraph talking about Al Qaeda.
what? What?
John Cena defeated Triple H. Look, there were 10 matches. John Cena defeats Triple H. Cedric Alexander defeats Kalisto. Bray Wyatt and Matt Hardy defeat Cesaro and Sheamus. Jeff Hardy defeats Jinder Mahal. Harper and Rowan defeat the Usos. Seth Rollins versus The Miz, Finn Balor, Samoa Joe in a ladder match. AJ Styles versus Shinsuke Nakamura ends in a double countout. The Undertaker versus Rusev in a casket match. Brock Lesnar beats Roman Reigns in a steel cage match. In less than 10 minutes, they let Cedric Alexander and Kalisto go on for longer than Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns. And then Braun Strowman wins the 50-man Greatest Royal Rumble match to win the Greatest Royal Rumble trophy and championship. Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, were never again seen.
Yeah. Wow.
Not happen. This show did not happen. I refuse to even acknowledge its existence. But I will always give credit to Daniel Bryan for putting his chest through what he put it through that night. Even if that show didn't really happen. Even if that show never existed. And they never went to Saudi Arabia. Greatest Royal Rumble didn't exist. That trophy doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't happen. Shut up, Daniel Bryan.
You know, I gotta say, if the Saudis want our sports in their country so bad, why do the women have to wear full black attire that covers their whole body?
I'm pretty sure everybody in Saudi Arabia is actually gay, and they just don't like looking at, parts of women other than their hair and their neck.
No, just that eye right there. That's all they get.
Yeah. It's like if you go to Saudi Arabia, whatever, you're a woman and you show a little bit of ankle, just like in the Mennonite time, they're like, that's scandalous.
Yeah, you're getting stoned.
They'll shoot you in the head if you even show your.
No, they'll stone you in the head. They'll bury you and throw rocks at you.
If you show your kneecap, you're getting beheaded.
Yeah.
If we were to rank every country on earth, I guarantee you, bottom 3 of that list would be Saudi Arabia.
No.
Arabia, no, we're not getting into it, Tommy. We're not getting into it. Bottom 3.
North Korea. That's easily the bottom.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and then I'd say Saudi Arabia. And then India.
I'd probably go for Palestine because they're getting just bombed 24/7 over there.
That's not a country. That's not a country. They don't exist.
It does. Israel doesn't exist. But anyways.
No. Palestine doesn't exist. It never existed. It's not a thing.
Anyways, that'd be down there because they're just getting bombed 24/7. What else would suck? Probably like the Congo. India.
Zimbabwe.
Afghanistan is way more strict on women than Saudi is.
Sudan, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, Saudi's not bottom 3, but it's definitely bottom 15 out of, what are we at, 192?
Something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's down there.
Who else would be up there? France, just because it's France.
Yeah.
Because of the gay Frenchmen.
Those cheese-eating communist bastards, as Jeremy Clarkson would say.
I love Jeremy Clarkson so much. Anyway. Or however he said it, anyway.
Yeah, James. The Dacia Sandero. It's been cancelled for the UK. Oh no! Anyways.
Biggest possible shout out to Jeremy Clarkson. Biggest possible anti-shout out to India.
Yeah.
They're not correlated. It's anti-shout out India.
Isn't it crazy that if we just wiped India off the earth, the population would only be an 1/8 smaller? It would be an 1/8 smaller compared to any other country on earth. That would wipe out the biggest chunk
quality
of
of
our Earth.
But the world, like, if you were to take the average quality of life worldwide and then just bomb India, the average quality of life worldwide would go up.
Yeah, okay, think about it this way. Let's say there's an equity of quality distributed to all
Right.
humans. Indians are getting the very, very least of that, right?
All their food has, like,
Hold on.
doo-doo and bugs and stuff in
But
it.
but they're getting some quality. Even if it's 0.1%, each Indian has 0.1% quality of life. Yeah, 1.2, 1.3 billion Indians. Wipe them all out. Now you got, what would that be? 10.3 million equity of quality. Alright, you know how many more people that could benefit? 10.3 million of them that could give them 100% benefit of life, but we're not giving everyone 100, we're keeping them around like 20, so you distribute that among everyone else. You're bumping the bottom level up quite a fucking bit, getting rid of India.
Now, anti-shout-out India. Anti-shout-out Saudi Arabia, by the way.
Yeah, it's not that great. Okay,
It could be a lot.
I'm sure you've heard about Dubai chocolate, been a bit trendy.
I've never heard of that.
Really?
Really?
Okay, I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not.
I've never heard of it.
Okay, so there's this stuff that's been trending recently, which is a marketing push from Saudi Arabia. This stuff called Dubai chocolate, and it's just like a $40-something chocolate bar, but it's got like pistachio cream in the middle of the chocolate. It's supposed to be pretty good, I guess. Do you know what Saudi Arabia is making and publishing that so extremely for?
What's that?
Dubai chocolate is another word for a sexual thing Arabs like to do, where they fly out American women and shit on them.
Oh, pull a Brock Lesnar on her.
I'm afraid I don't get that reference.
Okay. Brock Lesnar got roped into the whole Vince McMahon sexual scandal, and it come out that apparently I don't remember if he likes to pull an R. Kelly on her or if he likes to pull a Dubai chocolate on him. But Brock Lesnar allegedly was either urinating or defecating on women. I don't remember which one it was, but
Well, urinating's okay in my book. But, yeah, so Dubai made their own kind of chocolate to try and make a trendy thing, so that when you Google Dubai chocolate, you're not seeing stories of women being paid 20 grand to fly to Dubai and get shit on. Which brings up my next question. How much would it cost you to fly to Saudi Arabia and get shit on?
great question.
I'm saying 3 million. 3 million, put a log on my chest. You know how many showers $3 million buys me? Enough to feel clean. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
I'll just make sure that guy ate a lot of fiber so it just comes out as one dense log. It won't even leave a stain on me. It'll just roll off. No, they're not doing that though. They're definitely eating Indian food, diarrhea-ing on your chest. And then they're sitting in a meeting later with their oil executives being like, I paid a quarter barrel of oil to shit on American's chest earlier. Should have seen it. And, whatever spaghetti speak they speak.
I'm trying to find the actual information to see what was it Brock Lesnar did.
Okay, while we're doing that, I want to talk about these edibles I made. I meant to bring one out here with me, but I forgot to. I made edibles. And, the way I did it, I bought a quarter pound of weed. And every time I was rolling up, I'd pinch out the stems and whatnot, but I would take a little tiny bit of bud with it, right? Because I had this idea that I'm, over the 4 ounces, going to save up like a half ounce of like stems. And then, with like a little bit of bud on it for some extra cannabinoids. and then just make a really really thick THC slurry like I tend to do. Which the way I do it, I put a bunch of weed in a mason jar. I fill it with coconut oil just above the level of the weed, and then I put it in an air fryer or oven or something hot at about 200 degrees for about half an hour. Shake it around, put it in for 210 for another like 15-20 minutes. Get it up to like 220, 230. Eventually, you want to work your way up to 240 over the course of like an hour, and you want to do it slowly so that you leach out all the cannabinoids from the plant into the oil. And then and the reason you use coconut oil is because it's the most bioavailable fat source, and so when you bind the THC to the fat and then you eat the cookie, you get more THC out of the oil with coconut oil than with something like, say, butter or olive oil or vegetable oil or canola oil or something like that. That's why coconut's the best for edibles. Basically, after you get to 240, you just let it sit there for about 25 more minutes, so you're going to be at like almost 2 hours of cook time, I think, if my math is right. I don't know if it is. I'm pretty high right now. And then the way I do it is I take an emulsion blender and I blend that shit the fuck up, and it literally just turns into a green, thick, slurry paste. And then you just make cookies and or whatever baked good you want to make, and you just use that oil in the equivalent of the oil or butter or whatever fat source the recipe calls for, and then you get really high. And yeah.
Okay.
Here's
the article I found. So I was partially somewhere.
I ask chicks for this all the time. No, that's a lie. I actually don't.
How does it keep resetting? Oh man, this is. Some of this stuff is disturbing.
Yeah, the Vince part for sure, but
no, like the entire scandal is really really disturbing to actually when you look into it.
But so Brock's only involvement was that he texted a chick and was like, "Yo, you should send me a video of you pissing." That's not that is I don't think that's that bad at all. I go out of my way to watch videos like that sometimes.
You're an interesting man, Tommy boy.
Oh yeah.
You're an interesting man.
Dude, there's nothing like alright, let's say you're like showering with a chick, right? Y'all not gonna piss on each other? You're in the shower. What's the worst that's gonna happen? It's gonna wash off in 2 seconds? Oh no.
Have
a little fun.
I've never thought about that.
Yeah, you've also never showered with another woman, so you've never been in that time and place where you're just like, hey, I want to piss on each other. And then you just do it. It's fun. In fact, the shower is like the perfect place to do it because not only is there no cleanup, but like you're just consistently clean while it's happening. If you really feel some type of way about it, you can just, rub a little more soap on yourself after.
I mean, I'm out of ideas completely. Are you ready to wrap
Yeah, we're at
up?
5 hours.
We still got our traditional.
Wait, are we?
Before I forget,
hold on.
Shout out.
No, we got 2 more minutes.
Shout out Boat, shout out Larry, shout out Christy, shout out Tajikistan, shout out Buskashi, shout out KFC, shout out KFC Australian Girl, shout out Chicken Burger, shout out Sean, shout out Beanie, shout out Caleb, shout out let me think here, shout out Buskashi again, shout out Water, shout out Moo Juice, shout out Megan Bain, shout out Megan Bain, shout out Megan Bain, shout out Jimmy Hater, shout out Dakota Kai, shout out Megan Bain, shout out Megan Bain, shout out Emma Myers, shout out Miss Dual IPA. Shout out Emma Myers. Shout out Megan Bain again. Shout out Harley Cameron. Shout out Dakota Kai again. Shout out Megan Bain one more time. Shout out Mankai. Shout out Rey Mysterio. Shout out Sin Cara. Shout out Brian Danielson. Shout out Pat. Shout out Will Ospreay. Shout out Megan Bain one more time. Got anything you want to say, Tommy boy?
Yeah, you mentioned a name in there that reminded me of something I saw while I was looking through some papers this morning.
Okay.
You did not have a thing with a coworker, but a coworker had a thing with you. You remember that coworker?
Yeah. Her name's 4 letters and it's a
Yeah,
palindrome.
yeah. No, it's not a palindrome.
Yeah. A palindrome is word the same forward and back. Oh, wait, no. Okay, no, never mind. I'm retarded. It's almost a palindrome. It's almost a palindrome. One letter off from being a palindrome.
She quit 4 days before I started working there. I figured that out. The last day she was scheduled was 4 days before I started working.
Shout out. I can say this now. Shout out Emma.
Yeah.
Being weird about the whole thing.
Because the few times you mentioned her to me, you're like, man, I swear you should know her. You worked at the same time. That's why you thought that.
Oh. Man, yeah, I knew it was a similar time frame. I knew it was a very similar time frame.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was looking through them for that first one again, and I was like, hold on. Emma? What the fuck?
Man, you sounded like Boat when you said that. You sounded like Boat saying that.
Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, I love Boat.
Yeah, Boat had a very odd way of saying his profanities.
What
but
the
I love
fuck?
Shout out Boat. We love you so much. You got any outs of the shouts you want to say?
Jamie Hader. I do want to bring up something about Thailand people, though. You know how most Asians pronounce their L's like R's?
Right. That's why the Lululemon founder called it Lululemon.
Yeah.
He wanted Asians to say it as Ruru Rimmon.
Yeah. So Thai people, and we got more this year, so I double confirmed it because I noticed it with Boat and Ryu. Double confirmed it this year. They don't make that mistake. They can pronounce their L's decently well. You know what they do change around though?
V's and W's?
They switch their V's and W's like Germans. Every time I hear one of the Thai people say one of those letters, I'm like, you fucking said it wrong. You're not German.
Shout out Thailand because they gave us Ryu and Boat.
They did.
Shout out Megan Bain one more time. Shout out Megan Bain one more time. Shout out my mind one more time. And shout out Megan Bain one more time. And Dua Lipa one more time.
And Jamie Hader one more time.
And Megan Bain one more time. I think that stretches us over 5 hours.
That's got to be.
God almighty, wow. So
if not, I'll just put the outro like 8 times.
Wow. Yeah, this is the big one right here. This is important for me.
This is gonna take 3 hours to render.
As always, remember to use your signal. Tip your waiter unless they suck. Also remember, like I've said before, literally anybody can have a podcast. Look at us. We're nearly 200 hours of content in. If we can do it, literally anyone can.
Hell yeah.